Mr. O'Brien, transport directly to the bridge.
Aye, sir. Energizing.
Security team to the bridge. Belay that order, Lieutenant.
I just wanted to thank you all for your support. It's been fun.
From the StreamYard Studios on YouTube, this is Jeopnerdy. And here's your host, John DeMarco.
Greetings, everyone, and welcome to this week's edition of Jeopardy. We're glad you're joining us, and with us, as always, is our co-host, Professor Brainy Specs.
Hi, John. How are you, sir?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good. It's been a long week.
I know the feeling.
I imagine you do. It's good to be here.
I'm glad to see you all in the chat. Appreciate you joining us. I'll say a quick hello to everyone, as customary, and then we'll go ahead and get started with round one. And just a reminder, if you'd like to join us in one of tonight's games, you can go ahead and click on that link that's pinned at the top of the chat. Say greetings to Mr. T. Glad of him to join us. Maybe one of these days he'll actually come up to the panel and play one of our games. But in any case, we're glad that you're here. Welcome also to Patrick, who is currently our returning champion. Hey, glad that you to make it as well. Greetings, Omni. Apparently he's been paroled from Paramount, so he'll be joining us this week. Hello also to Mikey. Notice that you're joining us in the chat. Greetings. Hello also to Mercer from either of your identities that are present in the chat. Welcome also to Anna. Nice of you to drop by as always. And welcome to Planet X and Squirrel Girl. Nice of you to be here. And hello also to Scottrick. And greetings to the Trek Reviewer. Nice of you all to join us this evening. Looks like we do have our contestants for round one already, which is good to see. But we'll have 3 rounds tonight as usual. So if you'd like to be one of those later rounds, as we said, the link is available at the top. And with that said, we'll go ahead and bring up our contestants for round one. So let's say hello to Patrick, to OmniCast, and to Mike.
Hello.
Hey, guys.
Greetings.
Long time no see. How are you?
I know. When was the last time we were together?
I don't know. It feels like just
Trying
hours.
to remember.
Feels like 24 hours, but must be longer.
Hours can be days.
I was going to say, if we went by the book, hours would seem like days.
I'm the only one in uniform tonight, by the way. Just saying. This is Saturday. This is Jeopardy. I'm wearing plaid. You two aren't. Yeah.
I have a Star Trek shirt on.
All right. That's enough. That gives you a pass. That's fine.
Okay.
Pass.
But is it made in Dakar, Senegal?
If it
Shirt? Probably not.
If it would be evolving right now on him. The shirt would just get up and walk away on its own.
As long as it's not devolving, then
Right.
I'm okay.
It would also be tariff to the moon and back if it was made in Dakar, Senegal. So
Yeah. Well, nowadays, yeah, that's true. That's true. The 24th century, we don't use money.
we work to better ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Greetings, Mr. T. Dowd. And no, I don't always wear Star Trek.
What's going on, T. Dowd?
We need to get you to play.
I don't know.
No more.
I'll have one appendage tied behind my back. I promise. Come on, you can come up.
No.
All right.
Not the one appendage. So no.
I don't want to know.
My Borg appendage. You can figure out which one. I'll leave that as a mystery.
Still TMI.
Wow. That's
So,
good to see you all.
Yeah, it's good.
And Neil Arabic.
Greetings, Arabic.
Arabic. What's up, my man? Brad's in there too.
And I think it's about time that Omni takes back his reins.
Well, I don't know if nothing's guaranteed, sir. That's for sure.
I didn't say it's guaranteed.
No.
It's just-
The one
it's about
guarantee is I'm finishing in third. That's the guarantee.
Don't say that. Don't say that.
That's not necessarily.
It depends. Listen, there's strategy in this game, but it also depends on what John picks as categories. Some of us have strengths in certain areas, others have weaknesses in other areas, so that's it. But there is some strategy too. You know that.
Just don't add some S's. Straight or not.
The judges are forgiving on that. That's for sure. Maybe with Cinnabon, they're a little stricter with him. Just because he busts their chops a lot. But
some judges are more forgiving than others about that.
Yeah, luckily John's not that forgiving.
Speaking of Cinnabon, where is the bunny?
I don't know. Don't know.
I think he's scared of Anna.
He could be in Dakar, Senegal right now, as far as we know.
Maybe he's evolving, huh?
He's evolving. That's right.
We were exploring.
I don't need OmniCast pity, just his respect. T-Dowd, you've always had my respect, sir, and you know that.
Never lost it. You don't need to win back my respect, son, for you have never lost it. And yes, that's a Stargate reference.
Very good. Well, gentlemen, are you ready to play?
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Oh, by
Yeah.
the way, we need to put that in. All hail the bunny queen. So
The bunny
Steve,
queen.
She's the bunny queen.
Oh, okay.
Queen bunny. The queen bunny.
That is a great picture of the two of you, by the way.
That is a nice one. I do like that. Yeah.
Well,
Indeed.
if you are ready to play, let's play.
Let's do it.
Jeopnerdy.
Our first category is a fire at will. I will provide you with the name of an episode, and I want you to tell me who gave the order.
Who gave the order? Okay, got it.
Poor Riker.
Next, Chakotay.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Visual category. Hollow teasers from TNG. I want you to identify the episode.
Okay.
We have Russia.
It's
And finally, the Romulan neutral zone.
Okay.
And I'm out.
Well, you're up.
Yeah.
As returning champion, you get to go first, my friend. Welcome.
This is down. Down is good. This is up.
Huh.
There's no.
Up is no.
Let's. Yeah. Well, there is one category that I studied for, so let's start at Fire at Will. And yeah, let's do 800.
Sons and daughters.
Sons and daughters. I believe Marduk said it. So who is Marduk?
That would be correct.
Okay,
Good job.
good
Nice
start.
start.
Good start.
Nice house. OmniCast.
Oh, boy. Good tay. Nice.
Welcome, sir.
Would be.
It's your turn.
How would you say that in Dutch? Good tay, nice house?
Good day, mooi huis.
There you go. Good tay, Noy house. Perfect. Fire at will for 1,000, please.
Valiant.
I want to say, let me think about it for a second. Who is Captain Waters?
That is correct.
Tim.
Well done.
Call me
Tim A.
Tim.
It's good to see you, Mike. Welcome to the game. It's your first turn, sir.
Let's do Hollow Teasers TNG for 1,000, please.
Ooh.
Oh, that is
That's not
What?
what I was thinking of.
no. What is Devil's Due?
Very good.
Yes.
Well done.
Well done
I saw
indeed.
Ghost. I was thinking of Beverly.
Wrong episode.
Yeah, wrong episode.
All right, we're back to you, Patrick.
Um,
Good
let's
start, everyone.
Let's try Chakotay for 600.
Thinking that Seska's child was his son, Chakotay sought the wisdom of his father, the one whom the wind called this.
Who is Kolopok?
Very good.
We got some excellent players up here right now. Omni, your turn.
Let's do Fire at Will for 6.
Divergence.
Divergence. Remember that? Who said that? Oh no, it's Enterprise. I'm sorry. I'm thinking Voyager. Who is Captain Hernandez?
That's correct.
I'm sorry. I'm thinking of Voyager. Voyager. But wait a second, that's Enterprise. Never mind.
Her and ass.
Yeah, Hernandez. Thank
Her
you.
and ass.
Not Ramirez. I got them mixed up once before. Never again.
Never do that. Never.
Yeah.
All right, Mike, you're up. Your turn.
Hollow Teasers 800, please.
Okay,
No,
you found the
no.
daily double. You're only 1,200 off the lead. You have 2,000 points. How much of that would you like to wager?
I would like to make this a true daily double.
Nice.
All right. For a full 2,000. Here it comes.
What is Emergence?
You got it.
Nice.
Yep.
Very good. All right, Patrick, back to you, sir.
Mike is in the lead.
Mike is in the lead indeed.
Ooh, in the lead indeed.
Hmm.
Let's try Chakotay.
I did not do that on purpose or intentionally.
A tilk in need is a tilk indeed.
Ooh. No, let's try Chakotay for 800.
Cote for 8.
Chakotay's ancestors used psychoactive herbs to assist with their vision quest, but they were no longer necessary thanks to this device.
Oof. I'm blanking on that one, so pass.
Omni.
I don't remember the name of that device. Pass.
Mike.
What is an Akuna?
That would be the device.
Wow.
Very good.
Very well done.
Nice.
Brad Wolf says, I may not have meant to do that, but it was enjoyable. You're welcome. He thanks me. All right. Omni.
Let's do Chakotay for 1,000.
What's that, Patrick? Sorry.
Brad Walsh, what is a baby shark player? That was funny.
Chakotay for 1,000.
Yes, please.
Ooh.
Chakotay was granted the use of a shuttlecraft so that he could perform this solitary ritual commemorating the anniversary of his father's death.
It's called what is the Pakara?
That's it. Very good.
Wow.
Omni has taken the lead. Got a good
Good
game
episode.
going. Mike.
Let's keep doing Hollow Teasers 600. What is the defector?
That's correct.
Who goes there?
But if
Good.
the calls be not good.
Mike on a roll.
Patrick. Back to you.
Fire at will for 400, please.
The Best of Both Worlds, Part 1.
Ooh. Who is Picard?
That's correct.
Picard.
Twice.
Speedo's phasers continuing.
Omni.
Let's do fire at will for 2.
The Way of the Warrior.
That would be who is Captain Cisco.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
The one and only.
One and only.
Indeed.
Cisco.
Weapon stations.
Mike.
Fire at will.
Hollow teasers 400, please. What is Descent Part 1?
You got it.
Good. Patrick.
Let's continue with Chakotay for 400.
Chakotay's tribe descended from this ancient tribe that had been visited by the sky spirits.
Oh. What was the rubber tree people?
That's right.
Were the rubber tree people. Yeah.
Extremely competitive game going, guys. Omni, it's your turn.
Let's do hollow teasers for 2, please. What is hollow pursuits?
Very good.
Nothing but a mannequin
Hollow pursuit.
full of hot air.
Well done, Mike.
Let's see what we have in store for the Romulan neutral zone for 600, please.
During the Dominion War, this starship, commanded by Dax's former instructor Leslie Wong, disappeared on patrol in the neutral zone.
She was the skipper of the USS Cairo.
That's right.
I guess Jellicoe retired, huh?
Apparently.
Yeah.
He's
He
promoted
became an
probably.
admiral by then.
Mike's got a
Get it
2,000
done.
point lead. Patrick, it's your turn.
Get it done. Russia for 600, please.
During the temporal Cold War, the assassination of this political leader meant that Russia never became communist, and was consequently not considered a threat by Germany.
Who is Churchill?
That is incorrect, I'm afraid.
Omni.
Who was Lenin?
That's it.
Oh, of course. Duh. Wah, wah.
Justin.
Justin Bieber says Brad Wolf.
Wow.
Omni.
Let's
it's your
do.
turn.
Yeah, let's do Russia for 1,000.
After Scotty quoted this old Earth saying to Sulu, Chekhov piped up to add, "I know this saying. It was invented in Russia."
They're quoting this. What do you want? You want the
The saying.
the
That's
saying
Scotty.
itself?
Yes.
I don't remember this episode. Pass.
Mike.
I believe it was, what is fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me.
Exactly right.
Man. Well done, Mike.
Nice.
Well done. Mike.
Let's do the Romulans for 800.
As of Stardate 43463.7, the Enterprise was holding position at the neutral zone border, proximate to this planet that was allegedly the site of a secret base.
What is Nelvana 3?
That's it.
Very good, Mike. You're up over 10,000. 10,600. Patrick, it's your turn.
Wow. Russia for 800.
In order to create this holographic singer, Vic Fontaine used an image of Kira from another program, though it did take him an hour to get rid of the Russian accent.
Who is Anastasia Romanov?
That is incorrect, I'm afraid.
Omni.
Who is Colonel Kamonino? Colonel Nastasia. Kamananov. That's what's coming to my head.
That is incorrect. Sorry.
Mike.
I do not remember. Pass.
Lie.
Colonel.
The singer's
Kristall?
name was Lola Kristall.
Oh, you.
Kamanov was the spy name.
What was the spy name? Because we both got it wrong. What was it?
Kamanov, I believe.
It was Kamananov. Okay.
Yeah.
I do not remember.
Omni.
Let's do Romulan for 1,000.
While patrolling the edge of the neutral zone, the Enterprise came to the assistance of a damaged vessel that was registered to this man who had been missing for over 5 years.
Pass.
Mike.
Pass.
Patrick.
No freaking idea. So pass.
It would be Carter Winston.
TAS.
Yeah, of course.
The survivor without an S.
Yeah.
Shoot.
Yep.
Didn't
Mike.
know this one, but yeah.
Neutral zone 400, please.
The destruction of neutral zone outpost, later revealed to be the result of Borg attacks, prompted the first direct contact between the Federation and the Romulans since this event.
What is the Tomed incident?
That's correct.
Wow, getting obliterated here.
Patrick.
Let's finish out Chakotay.
When starting a vision quest, Chakotay would invoke this term, which would typically be followed by, "We are far from the sacred places of our grandfathers. We are far from the bones of our people."
What is a Kuchimoya?
That's it.
Akuchi Moya. Got it.
A Kuchi.
Yeah.
Omni.
Oh boy. Let's do Russia for 4, please.
While sharing drinks after Jadzia's death, Worf talked to O'Brien about many things, such as Alexander, growing up in Russia, and the proper way to eat this.
What is Gach?
That's correct.
Mike.
Let's finish up the Romulan neutral zone for 200.
The neutral zone was first mentioned in this episode.
What is Balance of Terror?
You got it.
All right, Patrick. Final clue. It's all yours.
Upon encountering a being who claimed to be this deity, Chekhov sarcastically responded, "I am the Tsar of all the Russias."
Who is Apollo?
That's right.
Almost blew it.
All right, let's get the link to just goes in the private chat. Go. And we'll head to final Jeopnerdy. Consider how much you'd like to wager based upon this category.
The Klingon neutral zone.
We wait. T-Dowd wants to know, John, where did you get that perfect Russian accent?
The naval base in Alameda.
Love it.
I bet all the books.
All right, let's review a letter clue.
After the incident on Praxis, this Klingon told the Excelsior to obey treaty stipulations and remain outside the neutral zone. This clue ends now.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla!
incident.
Incident.
Do we report this?
Are you kidding?
Patrick, you had 3,800 points entering final Jeopardy. Your reply to the clue was...
Is it Brigadier Carola? That is correct. Nicely done.
Yay! Do you even remember his rank?
And your wager was all but one of your points, almost doubling your score to 7,599. Well done. Omni, you had 6,600 points. Your reply was...
Carola? Justice for
Dimitri.
Oh, Dimitri. Oh, okay.
Dimrit.
Very good.
Very good. Your wager. Got it all. You needed 13,200 points. Let's see if that'll be enough for you. Mike, you had the lead. 11,800 points. Your reply was...
Carola? Very good.
And did you wager enough? How much did you bet? 1,401 points, giving you 13,000.
Nice move, sir.
1 points and by a point. You're the champion, Mike.
Nicely done. Nicely done.
Thank you.
I like your little strategy at the end. That was cute. That was clever. I wonder where you got that from.
Years of watching Jeopardy.
True. That's where I got it from. You're right.
I'm going
game.
to report this, Riker. You can count on that.
Well done.
Riker.
That was good. You gave me a TNG category. Yay.
Wasn't it Mike who said that he would be finishing third?
And I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, no, I'm sorry. I do
Distinct
not
possibility.
remember.
I do not remember. A lie. A choice.
A choice.
Well done. And
Well done, all.
That was a good game.
Yeah, good question.
very good game.
It was a very good game. Good game.
Only one
Nice
TAS,
tea.
right? Or two. There's two TAS questions, right? It wasn't too bad. That's
Good game. Nice board.
John was being generous.
As I tried to be yesterday, but having no TAS questions.
I noticed.
You don't usually do that, right? You don't usually go.
I do every. Normally,
Usually has
4 or
one.
5
Do you?
always has 1 or
Okay.
2. But this time it didn't.
Yeah, you got to listen to us moan and groan and complain about it, right? So who wants to go through all that?
Well.
John, I was going to say John,
I'll take it.
obviously.
We're all whining, complaining. Oh, more TAS questions. What are you doing?
Just wait till I start printing TAS questions in Millionaire. You guys are really going to be in for it.
Not fair. Nobody
John's a
knows
fan
that. Nobody
John is
watches
a
it.
fan.
It's not canon.
$1 million question.
Right.
The question is, who's going to be the first to pull the trigger and put New Trek in their trivia game?
It's not going to be me.
Technically, I have done that, but it was not willingly or knowingly.
I was going to say not willingly. They forced you to do it. Paramount Omni.
We could just do certain episodes. We could just do certain notable episodes. We can focus on, right? Yeah.
Yeah, we could focus on Section 31. I mean, why not?
Yeah, why there you go, right?
Brad says, "Don't listen to the heathens. TAS is great."
No, we like it.
Agree.
It's just, you know what it is. Come on, who goes back and watches TAS? We're always watching the other, normal live action Trek.
I've seen like 3 TAS episodes. The first one, the last one, and then I don't even know.
Yeah, the Counterclock, the Serpent's Tooth, and 1 or 2 others, right? Magus 2 and
Beyond
the
the
big
Farthest
ones.
Star, Counterclock,
There you go.
and I don't even know what the other one is. I know there's a third one I've seen.
Slavers with the Slaver's Weapon, right?
Beyond the Farthest Star we had on VHS when I was a kid. So if one of those ever comes up, I might know it.
Keep that in mind.
Well,
Oh, okay. Good to know.
Ricardo Winston episode, I did know. I have seen it, so I should have remembered. But yeah,
What's the one with that void in it? That's the slaver weapon? No, that's
It's
the
a time trap.
time trap. Yeah.
yeah.
That reminds me of the Voyager episode a little bit. The void.
It's a similar premise.
Yeah.
TAS takes place in the same universe where Mod Jamin exists.
Who's that?
Yes, the main one.
Who's that? I'm sorry.
Jabin.
you know that march that made in the car Senegal.
Yes. Jabin Chafar.
Emphasis
on the Jabin and the fall.
Eugene
We have a
Chafar.
dance later
This is on the Cheen and the Fall. We have a dance later, I believe.
Excellent beadwork.
forward to it. No, I will be watching from the back, and who knows, maybe I'll get a revenge. No.
Yes, that is yesteryear.
Yes.
Yesteryear? Okay.
Mhm.
Oh, Carl was in an episode? I haven't seen that one yet. Oh, I did see that one.
Carl was
Carl.
the Squire of Gothos. We've been over this already.
Oh, that's right. Okay, because Carl, the Guardian. Oh, that's
No,
right.
You're right, John.
Yeah,
Carl Yeager, good man.
Carl
You are
Yeager.
correct.
That's right. He was in Squire of Gothos. He was also the Guardian of Forever, wasn't he? His name Carl? No,
What?
I
Doesn't
guess
make any
not.
sense.
He
Where are
reads
you
the paper.
getting this fantasy?
I know he likes to read the
Ideas.
newspaper from time to time. Keeps up on current events. You know.
What?
I think you're confused.
I was watching the Terminator movie recently, the newest one. His name is Carl too, right? Doesn't the Terminator take the name of Carl? Schwarzenegger.
Mm-hmm.
Was it Dark Fate? He goes by Carl.
Old, not obsolete.
Old.
Yeah. Mike, good luck on round number 2.
Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
If you need help,
Thank you for playing.
we'll be back there.
If you
Yeah,
need
if I
help,
need help, I'll phone a friend. I got you.
what do you
What do you
think
mean
this
if-
is?
If he needs help.
If you need another player, I'm not going to help.
Uh-huh.
Beyond that,
Rick.
that's as much help as you're getting from me.
Rick.
Unless I'm your lifeline. That's a different story.
Yeah, phone. I'm just gonna rename Phone a Friend, Phone and Omni because everyone phones Omni.
No, that's not true. No, didn't they grab? No, they grabbed Patrick one time, and they grabbed John, didn't they?
Somebody grabbed Mercer for a DS9 question. I
That's
think.
right.
Yeah.
And I got called up.
Yeah,
For
that's
your
true.
ears,
You did-
Omni.
I'm a
did.
good phone a friend. I'm a good phone a friend, though. I give good advice generally.
Normally we would
TNG.
just call it John.
TNG Chief Engineer Season 1.
That's right.
Yeah,
That's
that's
what you
right.
called me
Yeah,
up
yeah,
for.
Exactly.
and immediately knew it too.
Yeah.
I needed the you've made a mockery of me.
You made a
soundboard.
mockery of me.
You have made a mockery of me.
Because this is not a rematch. You have made a mockery of me.
Who was it? McDougal? Is that the one we were looking for? I forget the question again. What was it?
It was which one's not a lieutenant commander, and the answer was
what was
Logan.
it? Logan.
Yep.
Lieutenant Logan. That's right.
No, it's only phone a John. But yeah, John's not always available at that time.
It's true.
He's always working. God, who works in 2025?
It's
Not very many people.
I try not to, but
it's a lot. Yeah.
yeah. You have players for round number 2, John?
Yes, we do, in fact.
Perfect. Then we'll be at the backstage.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So for round 2 to challenge Mike, let's welcome up Who Gave the Order and Planet X.
Let's
Greetings.
go.
Can you
Welcome,
guys
Joe.
hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we can.
No, we can't hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know it's okay, but we can't hear you.
Okay.
Okay. We can hear you.
Okay.
Okay.
Planet X, how are you
Planet
tonight,
X.
Well,
sir?
I watched Evolution.
Good. How are
today,
you?
And
Good.
the line Dakar Senegal looked like they dubbed it in later.
Probably right.
He was off screen when he said it.
Okay.
Probably right. Probably did.
They were showing the monitor or something when he said it. Anyway, sorry. Let's play. Because,
Yeah. Mercer wants to get right to the game.
Mm.
You doing all right, Planet X?
yeah,
Yeah, I'm
Planet
doing
X,
good. How are you guys?
Doing well,
Pretty
thanks.
Good.
Good to
We're
see
out
you,
here.
Planet X. Good to see you, Mike.
Thanks. Yeah, good to see you guys.
You too.
By the way, John, I like your background.
Well, thank you very much.
It's that singer. It's that singer on the right. I forget her name, and I forget the band. Remember her name?
No, I don't remember.
No.
I looked it up the other day, so it should still be in my Google searches.
Oh, great music, by the way. Great music.
Mhm.
All right. Well, if you all are ready to play,
Let's do it.
Yeah,
let's play.
let's play.
Jeopnerdy.
In this round, we'll be starting out with Fire at Will, specifically from Voyager this time. So again, I'll be looking for the character who said it. Next,
Take
we
out
have
the
T'Pol.
trash.
For our visual category, we have Hollow teasers from DS9.
Mhm.
Next, we have England. And for the last category, the Demilitarized Zone.
All right. Very good. Mike, you did very well in that last game. You get the privilege of going first, sir.
Let's do Fire at Will Voyager for 1,000.
Learning Curve.
Oh, who is Dolby?
Very good.
Yeah.
Off to a fast start. Very, very good. Who gave the order? It's your
Let's
turn.
do
Welcome.
T'Pol. Oh, thank you. Let's do T'Pol for 800.
800.
When Archer asked if she had ever gone camping, T'Pol responded that she had once participated in this ritual that was first seen in yesteryear.
Man, John, these are great questions. I love the question
Thank you.
last round that you for Brigadier Kurla, but I'm going to have to pass.
Planet X.
You got me. Pass.
Mike?
No clue. Pass.
That was the Kazwan.
Not the Obi-Wan?
Not quite.
No. Welcome, Planet X. Welcome to the game.
Thank you.
Good to have you here, and it's your first turn.
I will do T'Pol for 600, please.
All right.
I
Got
have
the
zero.
daily double right off the bat. You don't have any points. You are 2,000 off the lead, and guess what? You can bet up to 2,000 points.
I will bet 1,000.
All right, for 1,000.
Before joining the consulate on Earth, T'Pol served for over a year as deputy science officer on this Vulcan ship that later disappeared in the expanse.
When I hear the name, I'm going to say I knew that, but I might as well guess, right?
Yep.
If you want.
I don't know.
Sorry.
Yeah, you got me.
It'd be the Saleya.
Saleya. Sounds very familiar.
They didn't
Mike.
say if they had any steps though.
True. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. Normal's upset about something.
Oh yeah, we heard
Uh,
an angry
sounds
cat
like it.
there.
Very
Yeah.
angry.
She's not angry. She's just going through a phase.
Ah.
Okay. Mike.
Let's do Fire at Will 800.
Year of Hell, Part 2.
Who is Anorax?
That's right.
Yep.
With Janeway out of her misery.
Dang.
Target Voyager. Put Janeway out of her misery.
Gave the order.
Let's do Demilitarized Zone for 800. Yes.
With the Defiant in hot pursuit of Eddington's raider, Sisko called on the assistance of this starship on patrol in the DMZ to help cut off the escape of everyone's favorite traitor.
What is the Starship Malinche?
Very good.
Nice.
And
Good
that
work.
guy that was the captain of the Malinche was in Liar Liar.
Ah,
Did not know that.
He
All
was
right,
the,
Planet X.
he was the head of the company.
Demilitarized zone 600, please.
after the establishment of the DMZ, Admiral Nechayev assigned the Enterprise the task of evacuating the American Indian colony on this planet.
I want to say it, but I'm probably wrong, so I'm gonna have to pass.
Mike?
What is Dorvan 5?
That's right.
Okay.
Dang!
I thought you were going to say Gorman.
I had to think.
All right,
job,
very
Mike.
good steal, Mike. And it's your turn.
Okay. Fire at Will Voyager 600.
Resolutions.
Who's Tuvok?
That's correct.
Wow.
We ain't hit shit.
Okay. Who gave the order?
I'm quoting his
Your
like
turn.
whole thing. We ain't found shit from Spaceballs. That was Tuvok. Let's
Red
do
Wolf says, Doorman, remove these natives.
let's do the military zone for 1,000.
Now, get them off my planet.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Demilitarized zone for 1,000.
Sorry.
100,000. 1,000.
1,000.
The first reference in dialogue to the demilitarized zone was in this episode of DS9 that had nothing to do with the Cardassians or the Maquis.
Oh man. Let me think. That's a good question. Wow, that's a really good question. Trying to think of which one it could be. I'm gonna have to pass. I'm sorry.
Planet X.
No idea. Pass.
Mike?
I'm gonna kick myself.
I'm in a gambling mood. What is Whispers?
It's a good gamble.
I'm impressed, sir.
Dang.
I'm impressed.
I was
Wow.
trying to think what in
I
Planet
didn't
X.
know that until I looked it up.
I'm just thinking.
Uh,
I was trying to think of early season 1 where they mentioned it.
Whispers was like season 2 somewhere, right?
Was it in 2? I thought it was in. Oh, whatever. No.
I thought Whispers was in the end of season 2.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Is it?
Planet X.
Okay, sorry. Demilitarized Zone 400, please.
Starfleet's attaché to the Federation colonies in the new DMZ was this old friend of Cisco.
I see the guy's face in my head, and I still can't think of his name. Oh, geez. Gotta dig deep.
Got like tons of time left.
I gotta pass.
Mike?
I can't. I won't be able to come up with it.
It was Cal Hudson.
That's him.
Yeah.
He's the one.
Nice. Yep.
And Mike, it's your turn.
Let's do England for 600. See what that's about.
If he could travel back in time, Reed would pick the year 1588 so that he could witness England defeating this opposing force.
1588. Well, it's Enterprise, so I don't know the episode, but I know my history. Who are the... No, I don't know. Pass.
Who gave the order?
Pass.
Planet X?
Okay, I'm just gonna say France. What is France?
Did you say France?
Planet X?
Yeah, what is France?
That's incorrect, I'm afraid. 1588 was the defeat of the Spanish Armada.
Okay.
Spanish. Son of a biscuit.
Yeah, but if I traveled to the past, I'd want to see a Stegosaurus. But I'm sure he'd pick a quick meal out of me.
I was one country off.
But the Stegosaurus was an herbivore.
Indeed.
All right, who gave the order? It's your turn.
Let's try holo teasers for 800.
I want you to identify the episode.
Oh. Okay. What is Change of Heart?
That is incorrect, unfortunately.
Bummer.
Planet X.
No idea. Bad with episode names. Pass.
Mike?
What is He Who Was Without Sin?
That is also incorrect, unfortunately. That is from Sons of Moog.
Ah, okay.
Moog.
Planet X, your turn.
Demilitarized Zone 200, please.
While patrolling the DMZ, this Cardassian had the strange experience of receiving a distress signal from himself. It seemed the Bajoran workers were rioting on Terok Nor.
Who is Gul Dukat?
Very good.
I love that clue, John.
Thank you.
Well written.
Good clue. Good episode. I wanted to buzz in. I wish the buzzers were working because I would have got it. But somebody doesn't want to use buzzers.
Yeah. Bad, Jeff. Bad. Doesn't want to use the buzzers. Mike, it's your turn.
Fire at Will 400.
Living Witness.
Who is Janeway?
That's right.
I do take
Kinda.
exception to John's correct response.
It was Evil Janeway, but that's a bit redundant.
Who gave the order?
Let's do
Evil
holo
Janeway.
teasers for 600.
Highly decorated Janeway, says Omni.
Highly decorated.
All
One
right,
of the most
600.
decorated officers in all of Starfleet history, and she can take care of herself.
What is the Siege of AR 558?
Nicely done.
Very
Well
good.
done.
I need somebody to warm up the crowd, a comic, not a singer.
Planet X. Very good. You gave the order.
Hollow teasers 400, please. Oh, geez. I can remember the conversation distinctly in my head, but I'm going to have to pass.
Mike.
I don't know which one that is. Pass.
Right. Who gave the order?
What is a man alone?
You got it.
Nice.
Wow, nice.
Although I love watching season 1 because I love watching, early Quark stuff and, Odo stuff, the way they learn stuff, that's off Starfleet, just like in the background. I love just rewatching it while I'm cleaning. So I watch season 1 all the time. All right. I'll do Hollow Teasers.
It's actually Mike's turn.
Oh, I'm sorry. Duh.
It's okay.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Wasn't keeping track. Sorry,
okay.
I didn't mean to do that, Mike.
That's all right. England 4.
No problem.
When Archer mentioned that England had made it to the finals in this sporting event, Reed explained that he didn't follow football.
Based on context clues, I'm going to say, what is soccer?
Let me clarify.
I'm sorry. What is the World Cup?
There you go.
There you go. Very good. Who gave the order? It's your turn.
Let's try Hollow Teasers for 1,000. I'm afraid to answer. Pass.
Planet X.
Pass.
Mike?
Nope. Pass.
That was from Facets.
Okay.
We're getting some background noise from someone. Planet X.
Hollow teasers 200, please. I know the name. I'm not going to risk guessing because I'm going to get it wrong, so I'm going to have to pass.
Mike?
What is our man Bashir?
It's a lot of kick for a 45 Dom.
Wow, Brad Wolf. Wow. What is arrest that augment?
Ouch.
Ouch is right. Mike, it's your turn.
Let's finish off Fire at Will.
Bride of Chaotica.
Who is why the hell can't I think of the guy's name all of a sudden? Why am my brain farting? Failing, I can't think of the guy's name. I don't know it. Pass.
Who gave the order?
Pass.
I can't think of the
Planet
guy's
X?
name.
Who was Tom Paris?
That is incorrect, unfortunately.
Son of a biscuit.
And Mike, I had the same issue, although I did get it. It's right in the clue.
Chaotica.
Dr.
Who was chaos? Son of a shit. Really? That's a trick. Rigged.
That's funny. That's funny.
What is it? What's in it? It's Chaotica. It's in the clue.
Rigged.
That's funny. That's funny.
Who gave the order? It's your turn.
Let's try Paul for 1,000.
After Trip learned about her arranged marriage to Koss, T'Pol explained that they hadn't spoken in many years and had only met this many times.
Oh, what are you doing to me, John? John, what are you doing to me?
I'm just asking questions.
Actually, you're giving
That's a
answers.
stupid
We're
question.
asking the
Well, that's
questions
true.
around here.
That's a stupid question.
That's a stupid question.
That's a stupid question.
I'm
I'm going to
surprised
pass.
how far that will get you.
Planet X.
Pass.
Mike?
Pass.
They met 4 times.
I was going to say 3, and that's why I didn't want to risk it, because I didn't think it was right.
Planet X, it's your turn.
T'Pol 400, please.
After Trip mentioned that they shouldn't keep calling their daughter she, T'Pol suggested this name after Trip's sister.
You know, I'm already 14 in the hole, but I'm going to have to pass anyways.
Mike?
No idea. Pass.
Who gave the order?
Oh, who's Elizabeth?
That's correct.
Sorry, I kind of dozed off.
Nice.
Thanks.
No problem. Mike, you got a slight lead.
England 2.
When Picard and crew were suddenly transported into the woods by Q, the captain deduced that they were supposed to be in 12th century England, specifically in this location.
What is Sherwood Forest?
That's correct.
Or at least Q's recreation of it.
Indeed.
Who gave the order?
I'll take T'Pol for 200,000. 200, please.
Archer and Trip were curious as to why T'Pol would visit this old mining town in Pennsylvania for a personal matter.
Oh, what is Carbon Creek, where you can walk in and play pool and then walk out with some cryogenic food. Food.
Very good. Planet X.
England 800, please.
Commiserating over an apparent snub, Bashir and O'Brien sang an old song about building this location in England's green and pleasant land.
Pass.
Mike?
No,
Who gave the order?
Yep.
I'm going to be passing.
It was Jerusalem.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, Mike, you get the final clue. Here it
Lovely.
comes.
Lovely.
As a birthday present for Janeway, Chakotay replicated a watch worn by this captain who sailed his ship into London Harbor 8 months after everyone back in England thought the crew had been killed.
Oh, I remember the scene. I don't remember who the captain was. Pass.
Who gave the order?
Pass.
Planet X.
Pass.
I remember the scene from Year of Hell, but I can't remember who the captain was.
It was Captain... Oh, never mind. Sorry. Oh, yeah, there it is. Captain Cray.
Okay.
Omni says, time's up.
Time's
up.
And I am
It's
sorry,
the boot.
Planet X. You will not be able to play final Jeopnerdy. Put the link in for the Just Buzz In room. Mike, and
I
who
know,
gave the
I'm not
order?
good.
Let's go to final Jeopnerdy. Consider how much you would like to wager based upon this category.
Klingon proverbs.
Okay.
What is my point total? I can't
You
say.
have you have 3,200. Mike has 8,200.
Patrick, time's up your shaft.
Time's up your shaft.
Let's reveal the clue.
There is an ancient Klingon proverb that states, "You cannot loosen a man's tongue with this beverage."
Players, you have 30 seconds.
It's
What was that, Planet X?
oh, sorry, nothing.
Oh, get out of that box, Normal. Get out of that box. What are you doing?
Boxes.
What are you doing in that box?
Who gave the order? You had 3,200 points entering final Jeopardy. What was your response to the clue?
There's root beer. I think Worf and Garrick make a good couple. I don't know about that, but root beer is the correct response.
Well done. And your wager? 3,172, giving you 6,372 points. Very good. See if that's going to be enough for you. Mike, you have the lead at 8,200 points. Your reply was?
There's blood wine. Oh, unfortunate.
Sorry about that. How much was your bet? 0. Leading you at 8,200 points, and that is enough to be the champion again.
Good job, Mike.
Thank you. Good games.
Nicely done.
Good games.
Excellent. Excellent. Very good.
So this is what it feels like to be Omni and Patrick. Okay.
You cannot loosen a man's tongue with root beer, but you can with prune juice, I guess.
What is
You're loosening something else with prune juice.
Spiked prune juice. Thank you, Patrick.
Sorry, I almost exclaimed the answer there because I knew what it was, and I tried to cut myself off.
Score Girl says, good game. It was a good game.
Yeah, those were some good clues. Some of those were really specific. You not only have to remember what show we're talking about, which is enough, but then you have to remember specific episodes and then sometimes specific moments in those. But you have to go you have to think on 4 levels to get some of these answers. You know, especially the last game where you would just mention an episode, you'd have to remember, okay, what series is that from? Okay, then what moment, and then who said it? You know, a lot.
Let's keep you on your toes.
Yeah. Yep. What episode is that from? I'm trying to remember. You can't. Oh, that was from. Wait. I know it. It's from the one where the Federation gets admitted into the Federation. But I mean, Bajor gets admitted, or their petition is accepted into the Rapture or something, right?
Yep, that's it.
I was trying to remember it. Yep. I like that they had the Klingon flag instead of the Federation flag. Welcome, Klingons. Good stuff.
Well, thank you for playing, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll go backstage
Thank you.
and hang out for a couple hours.
Okay, then.
Appreciate you both playing. Thanks for coming up.
GG's Mercer, GG's Planet X.
GG. Thank you.
What does that mean?
Good game.
GG? Good game.
Oh,
Good
thanks.
game.
Okay.
Thanks. We're going to put you backstage, and we'll get ready for round 3.
Squirrel Girl wants to know when we see you and me play, John.
Well, that would depend on a number of factors. So, not the least of which running the boards. I'm not sure anybody other than Professor would be able to actually do that. It's a nice thought, though.
It is indeed.
Good game. Hey.
Somebody says GG means go Garrick.
Go Garrick.
Go Garrick.
Go Gadget.
Is it the after show already?
Yeah, we're almost there. We're 25 questions away.
26.
26, excuse me, final. Right. But who's
Can't
counting?
forget the final.
Yeah.
Okay, so Omni
Unless, of course, everybody is at 0 or negative.
Mm-hmm.
True.
Then there would be no 26th question.
True. And that has happened once or twice, right?
I don't know. I might be on a track for negative in this game. I couldn't remember Dr. Frickin' Chaotica, so...
Everyone has their weaknesses, sir. And that one, we're not going to let you live that down anytime soon.
It was kind of tricky. It was kind of tricky.
Because your brain makes you think that the answer is not in the question, right? Or the question's not the answer. Yeah.
Could have been Lonzak.
Lonzak.
I'm sitting there. It was on the holodeck. I watched the video. I did my homework. I swear I did my homework.
You couldn't think of his name. You couldn't just think of the doctor's name.
I'm like, it's not Captain Proton. It's not Arachnia.
Right.
Who the
What's
his name again?
I mean, Lonzak was in that scene though. He was walking over to the doctor, but it wasn't him either.
Nope. It was just the name in front of your eyes.
Brad says, yes, I remember at least one round of Jeopardy with no final.
Mm-hmm.
And then it has happened.
And then there was a tiebreaker one time, wasn't there? Two
times.
Yeah. Now, that question you have, saved for an emergency, right? But you don't change it every week. That question's been saved for months now, years now, right? I mean, that's
long time. There were 5 or 6 of them we came up with.
In the vault, just sitting there waiting for to be needed, to be used. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The Vulcan Vault.
Well, I know what my goal is now.
What's that?
Force a tie.
What? Just to get to
Just to give them more work to do.
Or you could do it like Patrick and try to do that, but then get the math wrong, right?
Yeah, that happens. That happens a lot. I've been able to do it once correctly, and still I don't remember how.
Because you could have won. You could have won that game, but you didn't. You did the math slightly wrong on final, and then whoops. Okay.
Yep. I was never good at that math.
That's not your strong suit, no. Okay.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Flying is flying. Games are games.
And Omni is a winner.
I came here to fly.
Forgot my pen.
Forgot my pen.
I left it at Dakar, Senegal.
That's right.
And I did not watch the construction. Because I was asleep.
You didn't watch that? Okay, you didn't see that one? No, okay. Were you with us for that one? We watched Mind of the Machine. Were you there or no for that one? Okay. I don't have to replay it for you.
I have all the episodes.
Do you? Okay. Yeah.
Of course. The only thing I'm missing is TAS. All the
Well, you're not missing it. It's available on in your country. What do they call it? Showtime, Sky Showtime or something. What is it called?
Yeah, Sky Showtime, but I don't have a subscription.
I'm sure they have a 30-day free trial like they do here for Paramount Plus.
And we do have it on Netflix, but I canceled my subscription to Netflix
Okay.
Unfortunately, I did not complete my watch through of TAS before I canceled it. So, whoopsie daisy.
Daisy.
Whoopsie daisy. One time, maybe on Discord, we'll watch the entire TAS season.
I mean, I'll be sleeping, but I could do it. I could just put it on and go to sleep, right?
That's big talk coming from the rep of the company that pushed out Section 31.
It was a highly anticipated special movie event that got amazing ratings. Fans loved it.
What did I say? Negative 10,000?
At least.
That was for something else, though. I said something else you were going to penalize me for. I forgot what it was now.
Now it's negative 20.
That was something else.
Yeah, what's that for?
It was for something else. I forget what it was. I don't know.
Brad's on board with doubling it.
Double it! You want my advice? Double it!
Double it!
Okay, Brad. I hear you, Brad. I hear you, brother. Brother.
Well, gentlemen, are you ready?
Let's do it.
Yep.
Right. Let's play Jeopardy!
Yeah, that's the position I need to be in. Birthplace, indeed. That's more like it.
Our first category is about the Yorktown. I'll be looking for the character who said it, based on a quote. Next, we have Jadzia Dax.
Mm-hmm.
Our visual category will be hollow teasers in Voyager.
Mm-hmm.
Followed by France.
Mm-hmm.
France.
And finally, the Lost Era.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, Mike.
But the Lost Era is lost.
You're doing exceptionally well tonight, Mike. It's your turn.
I'll try. Let's do the... Let's do the Yorktown for 1,000.
Wow, we found it really early in this game. Mike, you have no points, and you are tied for the lead at no points. You can bet up to 2,000.
Sure, let's do it.
All right, for 2,000.
Commander Bloom to Yorktown. Come in, Yorktown. I've made contact with another officer.
Who is Jaya?
Very good.
Yeah.
All right, off to a hot start. Omni, it's your turn.
Let's do Yorktown for 8.
The USS Yorktown is expecting to rendezvous with us in less than 8 hours, Captain. That doesn't give us much time.
Oh, that would be Scotty. Who is Scotty?
Very good.
Patrick, welcome back.
Thank you. And let's do the 600, same category.
There's a message from the Yorktown I think you might be interested in. It's from your father.
Who is Commander Rand?
That's right.
Fantastic. Mike, we're back to you, sir.
France 1,000.
Chris Brenner's friends lamented that they had to cancel a trip to the Alps since this government, like its predecessor, hadn't been able to deal with the student protests in France.
Don't know. Pass.
Omni?
Since this government, like its predecessor, hasn't been able to deal with the student protests in France. I don't want to risk it. Pass.
Patrick.
And I have no idea. Pass.
Is it the Gaullists?
Close. That was the predecessor.
Oh,
the Neo-Trotskyists.
I'm glad I didn't. I was leaning towards that. Gaullist. All right.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah, Omni, it's your turn.
Let's do Hollow Teasers Voyager for 1,000, please. Oh, these all kind of run together. Because he was in a couple of them. I don't remember exactly which one. Pass.
Patrick.
Pass.
Mike?
What is Twisted?
Unfortunately, you should have called the safety.
Is it the Cloud? It's the
Trell.
Trell. See, I was thinking the Cloud.
I was thinking Twisted, but I didn't want to.
Because that pool player was in a few of them. That guy, right?
Yeah, yeah. He's a pig, and so are you, Paris.
Wow. Well done.
All right. All right, Patrick, your turn. We got a close one going.
Let's try Hollow Teasers 800. Stephen. Shoot. No, I don't mean this shoot. Shit. The Voyager episode names. What is Persistence of Vision?
That is incorrect. Sorry.
Yeah.
Mike.
What is Cathexis?
That is incorrect as well.
Omni.
Well, those are two I was thinking. So, nope. Pass.
Projection?
Learning curve. Okay. I was thinking both of those, and they were both wrong. So forget it. Gave up.
All right.
Jeez.
Let's get back on positive territory here. Mike. Your turn.
Right. France 800.
When Harry said he had to see Paris, Libby was confused because he had just said he was going to this city in France.
I don't remember which city he said. Pass.
Omni.
What is Marseille?
That's it.
Darn it.
It's going to Sandrines.
Position number 3.
The real Sandrines.
Good Steel Omni, it's your turn.
Let's do Jadzia's Axe for 1,000, please.
Omni before me is not good.
During this ritual, Jadzia learned the real reason Curzon had washed her out of the Initiate program.
What is a Jantara?
That's correct.
Well.
Jean.
All right, GG.
Very good.
Good, Gary.
Patrick.
One of these I will get. All of these are 600, please. Oh, whoa. Yeah, I know that one.
Yep.
What's the Omega Directive?
That is incorrect. Sorry.
Mike.
Shoot.
That is. What is? Why am I blanking? What is Hope and Fear?
There it is.
That's the one.
Oh, right. Yeah. I did watch them both not long ago. Yeah.
All right, Mike.
Shoot, I'm negative.
Your turn.
Yeah, where do I want to go with this? Let's do the Lost Era 600. Why not?
The loss of the Enterprise C in defense of the outpost on this planet played a key role in establishing peace between the Federation and the Klingon Empire.
What is Narendra 3?
That's correct.
Omni.
Let's do Lost Era for 1,000, please.
Although Starfleet was still concerned about security issues, this Federation organization granted approval for the Hansons to start chasing their theories about the Borg.
What is the Science Council?
That is incorrect. Sorry.
Patrick.
I believe it was the same, so pass.
Mike?
I think I know it, but I can't. I don't want to risk it.
What do you think it was?
I think I remember them saying something about exobiology.
You would have been correct.
Council on Exobiology. Oh my goodness.
That's upsetting. I should have gone with my gut.
All right, Patrick.
Let's go back to the Yorktown for 400.
Look, I've got the Yorktown out near the border. I'll have her run some long-range scans in the Devron system.
Who is Old Man Riker, Admiral?
Very good.
Obviously, Apgar's protest fell on deaf ears because he made it. He got promoted twice. Indeed.
Mike?
Lost Era 800.
Picard first met Ambassador Sarek very briefly on this occasion, and the young lieutenant just stood there grinning like an idiot.
What is at his son's wedding?
You got it.
All right, Mike, you took the lead, but it's Omni's turn.
Let's do Jadzia Dax for 8, please.
With Cisco becoming Admiral Ross's adjutant, command of the Defiant fell to Dax for a dangerous mission that required navigating through this astronomical phenomenon.
What is the Argolis cluster?
That's correct.
Wow.
Nice. Very good. Patrick.
And let's finish out the Yorktown.
We don't know. Give me the Yorktown.
Who is Admiral Cartwright?
Very good.
Not to confuse with Old Man Cisco.
So not Admiral, not related to Jake's Ben Cisco Cartwright.
Nope. Exactly.
Mike.
France 600.
Thinking that Kirk was this villain, Sulu proclaimed, "For honor, Queen, and France."
Why don't I know this? Pass.
Omni.
Was that like the Musketeers or something? Who is Richelieu?
Very good.
Foul Richelieu, excuse me.
Wow.
Very good. And it's your turn, Omni.
Jadzia Dax for 6, please.
When Jadzia borrowed Warp's collection of these, he was worried that she might misplace them, and she admitted that it was a distinct possibility.
What are his Klingon operas?
You got it.
Melota.
Melota.
Suck salt.
Patrick.
Nasty habit.
Hollow Teasers Voyager 400. Yeah. But what is the Voyager episode name for that one? What is Timeless?
That's incorrect.
Mike.
What is the void? No, what is night? What is night? What is night? What is night?
Well, since you changed it before the buzzer went off, I'll go ahead and give it to you.
Yes.
Right, Mike, it is your turn.
Lost Era 400.
As part of this treaty, signed after the Tomed incident, the Federation agreed not to develop cloaking technology.
What is the Treaty of Algeron?
That's correct.
Signed in good faith.
Omni.
Let's do Jadzia Dax for 4.
Jadzia felt bound by the blood oath originally entered into by Curzon, who had been chosen as the godfather of this Klingon's son.
Who is Kang?
That's right.
The albino. Well, Kang's not the albino, but
No, they killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Well done, Omni. Patrick, it's your turn.
Finish out the holo teasers, please. What's the killing game?
Very good.
You are resilient prey.
I had
No one's prey.
I had expected that you would have done one with the village, the delete the wife theme.
Oh, Fairhaven?
Fairhaven, yeah.
Delete the light.
Mike.
France 400.
After his experience with the Borg, Picard decided to visit this home village in France.
What is Lavar, France?
Very good.
Good. Omni.
Let's do Jadzia Dax for 2.
The first hint that the suppressed memories of this host were resurfacing in Jadzia was the sudden development of musical ability.
Oh, who is Joran Dax?
Very good.
Mm-hmm.
Joran Bilar.
Duran.
Good group.
Very good group. I like it.
Yeah, let's try a Lost Era, please.
Picard took charge of this starship's bridge when the captain was killed.
What is the Stargazer?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Mike, you get the last clue. Here comes France for 200.
Declaring the Florentines undeserving of his genius, this hologram decided to move to France since the king was a great admirer of his.
What? I feel very stupid. Pass.
Me?
Who is Leonardo da Vinci?
Very good.
Professor Arturo.
Professor Arturo, indeed.
Right.
All right. Last time tonight in the private chat is the link for Just Buzz In. I see an Omni in there. And let's head to Final Jeopnerdy. Consider how much you would like to wager based upon this category.
Klingon geography.
Yeah, right. Yeah, oh well. Good game.
Nice house.
It's not over yet.
Well,
It's not over.
It's not over to the Fat Ferengi sings.
You know what I want to hear.
Let's find out what the clue is.
Martok's officer application was rejected by Kor because Martok's family came from the lowlands of this province.
Players, you have 30 seconds. Kapla! Your responses plugged in
New
here.
choice. Good one, Brad.
What did he write? I didn't see the comments. What is New Jersey? Yeah, it's a very low area. It's not regarded by the nobility. New Jersey.
All right, let's find out who the winner is, shall we? Patrick, you had 1,400 points entering final Jeopnerdy. Your reply to the clue was?
Got the province. Very good. That is correct.
Thank you.
And your wager was 1,399, giving you
saved the money.
2,799 points. That could work out if he gets how it's played out. But Mike, second place, 5,600 points. What was your response to the clue?
Ketha, very nice.
And your wager? Not at all. 11,200 points. Let's see if that'll be enough. Omni, you had the lead at 8,200 points. Your reply was?
Ketha Lowlands, very good.
And did you wager enough? 3,001 point, giving you 11,201 points.
Well
and
done.
Omni by 1 point. Not seen that before.
Never seen that. Never saw that coming, huh?
Throwing it all away. All of you.
Being a fool.
I'm not the fool you take me for.
You're being a fool.
Well done.
Good game.
And I'm glad that I still was positive because all those Voyager Hollow ones, except for the 200, was just wrong.
The one with Janeway was tough though, because that could have been literally one of 3 episodes. But I guess looking through the window, it was that one. The Lord Burleigh stuff.
The whole table was funny.
game,
Yeah, the guy was only in a couple of them.
He was in 2, wasn't he? He was in the first one, the Cloud, right?
He was in the Cloud, but he wasn't in the teaser. He showed up later, I think.
Well, when Paris was introducing all the characters in Sandrines, he was in there.
Oh, that wasn't the teaser. You're right.
Right,
Yeah.
but then he came back for Jetrella. That's where Neelix was there, and I guess Tuvok was standing there.
Yep.
They had a lot of Sandrines. They had at least, 6 or 7?
I remembered in Twisted everybody was there, so I thought it was that one.
Oh, because they spent a lot of the episode in
They spent a
Sandrines.
lot of
That's
the
true.
episode at the bar, and they were there in the teaser too, and everybody was there. And I saw Tuvok in the back of the picture for the clue, so I just figured it was Twisted.
So Squirrel Girl in the comments is saying, real head scratchers, good game. She didn't know a lot of, she's in awe of the correct answers that we give. Squirrel Girl, John has got us trained like prize fighters, okay? He's got us to a level of Trek trivia that is beyond belief. Like, we have to study for this. We have to watch Trek all week, every week. This is not. We don't just show up here on Saturday night and say, "Oh yeah." It's like this is tough. It's not easy. And if you watch other quiz shows or other Trek-related quizzes, like I've looked online for questions, this and that, it's so elementary compared to where John has taken us with this. Like, but thanks, and John puts a lot of effort into it, to make those questions. It's not easy, by the way. It's not easy.
No, it isn't.
132 weeks of this level of questions.
Can you imagine?
Here.
I put it together once or twice, and that's 78 questions, and it takes days. Now, John, you probably got it down to, like you said, 5, 6, 8 hours maybe, but for someone that doesn't do it, it takes days.
No.
Plus, you're making the videos too, along the way, right?
Well, that's what helps to connect the two things together.
Yeah, so you're kind of knocking out 2 birds
That's
with one
true.
stone there, right? Yeah. You can kill a few categories by doing it.
It takes me at least 3 days of coming up with the questions for Millionaire. Then I gotta the easy questions are easy. Like, I don't care what order they're in; they're all the easy questions that we should be cakewalking through. And then it's a matter of, okay, I've come up with these other 10 questions. What order should I put them in? Usually I'll come up with the $1 million ones on their own because like they have to be just absurdly, ridiculously, outlandishly difficult.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, with a way out though, I don't think you're torturous with those $1 million questions.
It's the order of things.
You make them tough, but not ridiculously stupid. Like not some Elcar's obscure thing that showed up in one episode.
I did ask what number was the second most common digit in Data's enterprise computer encryption code. So,
but see that one, you can kind of play it back in your head a little bit. You're like, okay, 1 7 3 4 6 7 Charlie. You know, you can kind of like mentally play it back, right? Okay, I think it's 4. I think it's 7. I think it says.
Rumor has it Jeff can recite the whole code by heart.
Jeff,
no.
can you do it on cue?
No.
You can't. Okay.
He can play the audio file.
I don't have it memorized.
Can you move? Can you move your lips right now? If you hit play, can you like?
Yeah.
Can you lip sync to it or no? Can you?
I don't know. It's been a while.
It's big and do it. Funny.
Apparently, now we have Squirrel Girl trained to remember episode names or planets or technology when she's watching an episode.
Well, it's funny you say that, Squirrel Girl. You're very observant because when I'm watching Star Trek, I don't know about you guys too, but I'm trying to imagine what questions John's going to come up with on this episode, and I'll kind of remember it. Okay, this planet name. Okay, this admiral. This starbase number. Right? You kind of like. You make mental notes because is John going to try to pick this out of a question one of these days? You know.
Yeah.
Borg species designations.
Designations, right? Oh yeah.
Borg designations, Starfleet general orders, rules of acquisition.
I hated the sector numbers he did one time. Oh, that was hard. That was ridiculously hard. No, don't go there. Don't even think about it. Oh my God.
Spatial grids.
No. This is where we get off the rails. You see, this is
percolating in my
registry numbers.
Registry numbers you have a chance at, though.
Pretty smart.
Registry numbers you got a shot at, but sector, come on. I was thinking about that.
Oh, you don't remember Sector 21505?
That I remember from The Wounded. I do remember that one. That one, yeah, you got me. Yeah.
001, everybody knows, and then there's the rest of them.
The ones you just don't mentally catalog. Sector 21505. That was a good. Actually, The Wounded was good. That's a good episode.
Only still one Stardate.
Do we remember what sector the neutral zone outposts were in when they were destroyed in the neutral zone?
So there you go. Nope.
I'm trying to bring up.
Wait. You mean in Balance of Terror? That map?
No. In TNG, in the neutral zone, when Picard's giving the briefing and he says we've lost all contact with star bases in or an outpost in sector.
Nope.
31.
Nope.
31.
Nope.
No, I don't remember that one. I remember in Balance of Terror, there's a sector name on the map.
There is something there.
It's got like a letter and a number, I think.
Yeah, like A1 or A0 or something, or.
If you don't know, just go with 47. Indeed,
Anyone who's planning on participating in Millionaire Friday, you might want to study some sectors. I have ideas.
Listen, you could do it. Listen, you could do it, Mike, but they're going to be the shortest games in history. I'm just letting you know right now.
Well, I mean, I'm not going to do them early. I'm talking,
okay, all right,
250K and up questions, but
man.
You want the big money.
I want big money. Where's my money?
I'm 22 again.
I'm still waiting for my $1 million. I haven't gotten it yet.
I'm just for his millions.
Yeah.
Come on.
You have $1 million in
bricks.
In
are they vouchers? Like only good at quarks?
They're not good at quarks. They're good at they're good at John's favorite coffee bar, and you can buy John a coffee there.
Oh, okay. So I get the $1 million, and I can only cash them in at John's coffee shop.
Yeah,
okay.
you can use them to buy John coffees.
Got it.
That's what they're good for.
Okay, understood.
I like that.
Okay, see,
coffee.
John,
made
very nice.
Keep a lookout, John. As soon as I get the check, it's going your way. I don't know. Don't hold your breath, though. Sounds like it may not be coming. But you can support the show by buying John a cup of coffee. Actually, in the description of the of this episode, you can click the link, and it's kind of like Patreon. I didn't know what it was at first, but it is kind of like that. You can support the show, and keep them going for another 130 episodes, right?
And if you don't want it as a subscription, you can do it a one-off.
Yeah.
That is true
Brad
as
Wolf
well.
says, Omni, your million is in the mail. He's got the word of a prince from an African country. Can't remember which one.
Would it be Senegal, perhaps?
Dakar, Senegal.
Squirrel Girl wants to know, anyone go to the real Quarks?
I went to the one in Las Vegas, but I know there's one now open at the Fan Fest in Universal Studios Hollywood.
I did, and I did have fun.
What, Universal Studios? You went to the one just now?
No, going to Quarks. I did go, and I did have fun.
The Las Vegas one?
No.
Oh, okay.
The one in the advertisement.
Oh, you went. Oh, you mean in the show? Okay.
I don't walk, run. I did go, and I did have fun.
When I went in Las Vegas, I had a Warp Core Breach drink. I'll never forget this. It was like the smoking, dry ice kind of concoction. It was huge. It was in like this bowl, basically. And I had the hamburger. I'll never forget.
Hamburger.
Yep. Hamburger it was actually pretty good. It was a decent burger. And
Burger.
That's fantastic. The hamburger.
They had, it was all, kind of knick-knack, play on words. Kind of like Chell's menu, actually.
Yeah.
Chell may have had a hand in that menu. I think I had a picture of it one time, the Quarks menu. Let me see the new one. Quarks menu. What is it, at FanFest?
Yeah. I was reading an article about the stuff they had on the menu there.
Right? What did they have? They had some good stuff.
Yeah, the one thing was like an Andorian red bat sandwich.
Okay.
Well, they would think it was just basically a chicken sandwich.
They have a Cardassian dog. Oh, they have Bajoran Hasperat. Oh, man. Oh, I would definitely try that. Vulcan Plomik tea. Klingon Targ legs.
Did you order a root beer or Raktajino? Squirrel Girl wants to know.
No, I just had my huge Warp Core Breach that was probably 40 ounces of liquid.
She's got to have the moles.
I just want a hot plain tomato soup.
I wonder if you can do that, if you can order that there. They have an Andorian red bat sandwich and Cardassian dog. Okay.
Cardassian dog.
Tribble truffles. Onion funnel cake. Okay.
The truffles or tribbles?
That's good, Patrick.
Has anyone been there, yo? If anyone in California been to the Universal event right now that has the Star Trek display? I'm just curious. I've seen some YouTube videos about it. It looks kind of fun. Kind of reminds me of that Las Vegas experience that got torn down.
No.
And let me see once more.
So Omni,
Yeah.
I've got a $20 DVD set of Knight Rider that I'm going to give to Kristen.
Bless you, child. She'll enjoy it.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a great value. I mean, think about all that action and adventure.
Yeah.
One man can make a difference for $20. Look at that.
Well, she told me she wanted to get the DVD set, so I figured I'd just click and pull the trigger on it.
And the DVD quality is only slightly less sharp than the Blu-ray.
I don't know.
Slightly.
I'm pretty sure she has a Blu-ray player, but maybe it's not her main player. Just in case, it's not going to be. I just figured the DVD is good enough. Just a thought.
She's not missing much by the comparison. She'll be fine. Yeah, it'll be good.
Plus, if she's got one of those portable players,
Okay.
I don't know if she does or not.
Oh, good. I'm glad you got it. Because it's not streaming anywhere right now. So it's the only way to watch it is on disc.
I kind of consider it like a gift from both of us because you've really walked us through the production aspects of the show and given us something pretty awesome to a memory that means a lot.
I've learned a lot.
So I kind of consider it a gift from both of us.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, I really do. And from Patrick and Professor, whoever else has joined us for Knight Rider.
Well, but I did learn a lot from Omni's comments.
Well, it's just really the memory, just like being able to do that. And I've never done anything like that. Watching, an old show online like that. That's really special.
Yeah, it was nice to do it actually, and it was fun. I haven't watched those episodes in a while, so it's fun to kind of go back.
And it's not over.
No, we have Knight Rider 2000 on Monday.
Exactly.
Monday at 7.
For Kronos, we actually have been watching Airwolf.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude, the Airwolf episode. So he's spending the whole episode, just trying to find out who framed Dominic. He's
yeah.
I just, the gangsters that are in charge of the casino, that they framed him, and they're trying to bully me out of this investigation. So I'm just gonna, at the last 5 minutes of the episode, I'm just gonna get into the helicopter and just blow the crap out of the casino. It's the story.
Nothing is over. You don't just turn it off.
Like I was wondering where it was a good story, but it wasn't really an Airwolf story. I just didn't get it, and I liked it, but I didn't get how it was like Airwolf. But then he comes in at the end and destroys the whole building. I'm like, this is great.
The writers seem to be all over the place sometimes with that show. Like they're trying to put them in different scenarios, like solving mysteries, this and that. But
I mean,
at least they got back to basics in the next one. The Fallen Angel was a really good one.
The episode that you guys liked, the Fallen Angel episode,
Yeah.
it was good, but what's her name was Caitlin? I guess it was
Yeah.
pretty. She's kind of grating. Like I liked it, but she was kind of always like her voice was kind of annoying, and
Yeah.
I don't know much about her. I didn't watch that video yet, but
Watch that. But yeah, she did some great interviews recently, like within the last 2 years for some of the Airwolf fans, and she explains how her character came into development and what they wanted her to do and how they wanted her to talk and act and look and she kind of explained everything, and
it just seemed like we should have seen, like, instead of just them hanging out making a film, we should have seen like the dude with the patch get captured. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And then hey, Dominic is filming a movie, so he can't go. They could have shown what happened to the guy with the patch. I don't know.
True.
Archangel.
Archangel. Yeah, I don't know.
Michael Goldsmith Briggs III. Yeah. And
a lot of betrayals. A lot of that lady spy was
Maria. Yep.
For him against him, and it was cool. It was cool, but for some reason, I like the casino stuff just because it was like, okay, suddenly 5 minutes, they're just gonna blow the place up. Like,
he gave him warning, though. He gave him a little warning. He says, "Better get out now."
He did.
I just thought it was funny. I just like, okay.
Now that building is real. It's in Catalina Island. It's still there. So if you ever visit, again, it's out off the coast of LA. It's an island there. You could take a boat and be there, I think, within an hour and a half, a ferry. But that circular building is still there, so you can see the casino. So Airwolf did not blow it up, despite what you saw on.
Well, it's the same thing with like in Lethal Weapon 2 when Riggs takes the truck and he pulls down that big house on the stilts, on these big stilts. That was a model. I thought it was real when I was a kid. I thought he actually took his truck and pulled the entire structure down. Model. It was great.
Robert Rose says, without Jan Michael Vincent, Airwolf went downhill. It sure did. And even Professor, a lot of us haven't watched season 4. I never really watched season 4 because it was on USA at the time. It was hard to watch. It was on Strange Times. But on Blu-ray, I've got it, and DVD, and it's not the same. They went to Canada. They moved the production up there, recasted the whole show.
They should have just fought
Jan
Transformers.
Quadrant Vincent?
What's that?
Sorry. Go ahead.
No.
There you go. Go ahead. I'm waiting.
What did you say?
Jan Quadrant Vincent.
Jan Quadrant Vincent. Jan Michael Vincent. Yeah, exactly. Quadrant.
I would say that they should have just had Airwolf mixed with the Transformers.
Sorry, I was just injecting a Rick and Morty reference.
No, it's cool. It's cool.
I don't know if you guys have all seen that.
In a way, I think season 2 they tried to make it a little more like Knight Rider.
Yeah, or like Rockford Files. Like he's solving mysteries.
Yeah.
Like it's like he's trying to they're trying to get him out of the cabin, not be so much of a recluse, get him to be a little bit more relaxed and in the city and solving mysteries. But I like it when it goes back to the basics, when they're fighting a little bit of Cold War stuff and big stakes. I like that. So, but there's some good ones in there, sprinkled in and out.
And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for this meddling pilot.
That's right. What is this Quarks at Universal? Aravik saying, are there rides and stuff? It's a temporary display. It's called Universal Fan Fest Nights or something, or Fan Fest. You can probably Google it. It's in. It's a temporary display, but they got some Enterprise sets there from Picard. So the bridge they had on Star Trek Picard season 3. You can walk through that. At least a recreation of it.
I think it's interesting. It's at Universal.
Well, yeah, because
in the old days, I went to the Universal Star Trek, the old thing at Universal in Florida. We went on this thing where you film a video where you're on the bridge. I did.
Oh
that.
yeah, don't you beam away or something? They give you tape
Yeah.
if you're beaming away. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. I did that as a little kid. I did that as a teenager or something like that. I'm ashamed of that tape. By the way, real quick about Airwolf. Kristen said that she likes the show, but every time it comes on, she dozes off. It's like ambient or something. It's just like, and I kind of feel the same way. I like it, but there's something about it that this is like. It's not that it's bad or
no, I know it's different. It's different.
They need to inject a little bit more, awesome narration into it.
It's kind of heavy stuff. A lot of it.
That's true too. It's not as light as some of the other shows are. It's a little heavier. Yeah, you're right. But you mentioned Universal. I mean, Paramount doesn't really have any theme parks anymore, right? I mean, they don't.
They never really did.
No, they did. They had King's Dominion. I remember that. That was in was it North Carolina or something? Or I was there. They owned some theme parks for a while. Not anymore. This was in the 90s and 2000s. They got rid of them, I think.
One of the things that I always am
There
worried
was, but not anymore.
Aravic says Carowinds. Yep.
I mean, I wish that Star Trek was good again because I love Paramount. It's one of the oldest studios, and
Bless you.
Star Trek was a huge part of it. Now the only thing that's saving the studio from going bankrupt is like Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise.
Yeah.
It's sad. Even
Carowinds.
Transformers and G.I. Joe are not really saving the franchise, although I love those.
John, Jeff, I'm going to hop off. My girlfriend just got home from work, but thank you for the games tonight, guys. It was a lot of fun.
Good to see you, man.
Thank you for being here.
Also,
Take care.
Before you head out, I just want to mention that next week's game is going to be on Sunday afternoon since I'm going to have to be working next Saturday night.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Good to
Okay.
know.
Well, noted. Okay, I think I should be there.
I definitely will be.
Following
That's good
week,
for
I
you.
won't be because I'll be on an airplane.
Oh,
Yes.
Where are you going?
My parents and my brother and I are going to Sanibel Island in Florida for a week.
Nice.
Big
That's where
trip.
my brother and his wife
we were-
got engaged.
We were planning this trip as like a last family hoorah trip before I moved out and my brother moved out, and then COVID happened, and then during the pandemic I moved out. My brother's still living at home, but I ended up moving out and we never actually took that trip, so we're taking it now.
well, enjoy.
It's about time.
It is about time. It's long overdue, so we're going down there for a week. It'll be fun. But yeah, so the following week I will not I might be able to tune in and watch, but I will not be able to participate. But I should be around next week.
Very good.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good night, everybody.
Good seeing you, Mike. Good job
Bye.
tonight.
Take
Thank
care.
you. Bye.
See you, guy.
Played well.
Yes.
He did. And with him leaving, I am also remember that I need to catch some sleep.
Remember.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah. I will be getting up in about 5 hours, so yeah.
Oh, jeez.
Okay.
Oh, it's normal. It's normal for me.
What time is it for you right now?
Almost
2:55. Huh?
4:55.
4:55. Okay.
4:55. We always start at 3.
Are the birds chirping? The sun's coming up. I hate that hour. I hate that when the birds start chirping in the middle of the night. I can't stand that.
I need to take off my headset to hear it.
I hate it. It's like the whole world slept except for you. Right? That's what it feels like, and I hate that feeling.
Do you know who loves
Some of them start at like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Do you know
Right?
who loves when the birds start chirping near my house at 4 in the morning? Is my cat. She loves that time of day.
Yeah,
I bet she does.
She's getting hungry,
It's like-
right?
It's like, bro, can you just sleep for another hour, please?
Right. Right. Yeah, the birds won't let
One
you.
more
They're
hour.
Chirp, 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 chirp. I hate that. I hate
You
it.
can't give me at least another hour.
It's the worst hour. Whatever hour that is, that's the worst hour. You
It's
know?
about 4.
It's 4, right?
Yeah.
And
That's about.
Hours. Night Rider 2000. What time was it again that you was
well, we're
playing?
gonna do Monday at 7 Eastern. Whatever.
7 Eastern, so that's 1 a.m. for me. Yep,
Okay,
that
the
works.
birds aren't chirping then, so you should be okay.
Yep, that works. That works.
Local
Joe,
time, though, I'm in the Midwest.
Eastern time. So
7 Eastern would be 6 Central.
6 Central.
Yeah, I'm in Central, and it starts
So am
at
I.
about 4 a.m. 4
Okay.
a.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will
And the
be 1
birds start going freaking nuts.
Have you guys ever driven through the middle of the night, like driven all night into dawn?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Many times.
I've
There's
done that.
there's a weird time too, like if you're driving and the sun's just about to come up. It's a very strange time to be on the road. Like your mind can play tricks on you especially if you're tired. The way the light
You
hits
don't know
the
if
trees.
it's day or night.
Yes, exactly. It's freaky, and I've done it a few times, and I don't recommend it. You're better off sleeping the night off and waking
it's
up
funny.
during the day.
I drove in the afternoon today. I just went to the flea market down the street and
Yeah.
just come home. And it was the first day I've driven, like with all the trees completely, everything was filled. Like the last couple of weeks, the leaves are still growing. And I ended up taking a different turn. I was completely lost, and I'm only 10 minutes from my house, and I was completely lost. I was like, where the heck am I? It took me a long time to figure out what turn I'd taken.
Did you call Uhura to get you?
No, but it was just very strange that happened to me.
Oh yeah, some of these back roads where they put the what do you call it, where they're doing road work and they give you these detours. I mean, I drive through these roads in the Midwest that are just way out in the middle of nowhere, and they put up these signs and they redirect you to places that it honestly seems like you're in like you displace time. Like it's weird. And you're going because they redirect you miles out of where you're supposed to be going,
And off the main road too, right on these
yeah.
little
And my
secondary
parents,
roads.
and I go to visit my parents, and they're way off in the middle of nowhere,
Mhm.
and I have to drive out way out in the middle of nowhere. And they have these roads that just, and so, and they do the road construction, and I feel like I'm like, wow, like it's like 4 o'clock in the morning, and I'm like, did I just like lose my place in the space-time continuum?
Yeah, it's funny how the
Yeah,
brain can play tricks on you, though. It really can.
does.
And if you're a little tired too, especially if you're a little bit tired, and the
Yeah.
light hits the trees a certain way, you start seeing things. You really do, and you got to pull over at that point. You got to just like stop and either catch a nap or do something. But it's funny. That's a
Especially
bad hour.
driving on like the Garden State Parkway. I'm always driving the Garden State because every time I go visit my friend Michelle, I'm going. No, actually, I'm going on Route 31.
Mhm.
You know what Route 31 is? Going right down New Jersey. All the way to 95 and 495. I'm just like I'm always driving at 3 or 4 in the morning because I like to beat the traffic if I'm driving home, and it's surreal.
But it's a weird hour, right? Because it's just weird. The way, especially on the Parkway, there's no lights on the Parkway. Actually, right? It's all there's no street lamps really. It's all just dark. There's reflectors on the street. That's all you got.
That bridge, Driscoll Bridge, that's always scary.
Oh, that's not far from me. The Driscoll Bridge. Okay.
Oh, really? It's not far from you?
No.
Cool. I know exactly where you are then.
Yeah, that's exit 130, I guess, or 129. What is that? 129, 130?
Yeah, I take that all the time.
Okay. Well, there you go.
So that's cool.
Mm-hmm.
Ervik, I was thinking the same thing. Last year, I saw the total solar eclipse in totality, and it was just really bizarre because when it was total, it looked like around the horizon, all the way around, it looked like it was sunrise or sunset.
It's crazy. It's freaky, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. It plays tricks with your mind because your mind is used to a certain way.
But it was dark overhead, and you could see planets.
Wow.
It was just, and it was, about 1 in the afternoon. It was just really bizarre.
Yeah. Averick says it's a weird kind of light, sort of like during a solar eclipse. Yeah, you're absolutely right about that.
I heard they discovered a ninth planet in our solar system.
Well,
Let's read it the
Pluto.
other day.
So Pluto doesn't count anymore.
maybe.
Okay.
No, it's a different planet.
Nibiru?
No, it's a different.
They still need to prove that it's really a planet. They don't know for sure.
So Pluto is or isn't again? I thought it was.
It's,
and then it's not.
it's a dwarf planet.
Dwarf planet.
It doesn't have enough.
Planet, a
it doesn't
planet?
have enough. It doesn't have enough mass
It's a dwarf planet.
to clear the belt. What is it called? I forget.
It's clear its orbit is what they claim, but
Yeah,
Jupiter doesn't clear its orbit.
Is a dwarf planet not a planet?
Yeah, it's not technically a planet. It's in the what is that belt called? It's in that belt where
Kuiper belt or something.
Kuiper belt, but
no. It's called
the Denorius belt. No, not that one.
Belt.
Okay.
The Kuiper belt.
That's what I said.
Yeah, it is. It is in the Kuiper belt, but that doesn't make it a dwarf planet.
And Jeff, they prefer to be called little planets, not dwarf planets.
Kuiper belt. It's in the Kuiper belt.
I'll keep that in mind.
I just want to know, is it a dwarf planet?
Let's be political.
Let's be
correct here.
It's in the Kuiper belt.
Is a dwarf planet a planet?
No, it's not. Really, not technically a planet.
So it's a dwarf planet, but it's not a planet. So you could be a
Right.
dwarf planet, but not a planet.
Yeah, exactly.
That doesn't make any sense to me.
It's not a full planet.
It's not a full planet. They don't get full planet status.
No, the full planet.
No.
Yeah, that's right.
Because there's a lot of other dwarf planets like Sedna, Makey Make, lots of other ones.
But I mean, it seems like the adjective and the noun, it's a dwarf planet. So it's
Yeah,
a
but-
dwarf planet.
Yeah, but
So
it's
am I?
not-
It's like is a muscle car a car? Yes, it's a car. It's a muscle car.
Mm-hmm. Well, then they call it a planetoid or something. They can't make up their mind about Pluto, right? Like an icy planetoid or something, right?
There are bigger objects in the Kuiper belt, and so Pluto is not a planet.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, all these other ones would have to be. But it's based on two things: its mass and its ability to clear the other objects in the Kuiper belt and have its own orbit on its own or something like that.
The official definition is if it clears its orbit of other objects.
Yeah. That's
okay.
But I don't like that definition because Jupiter does not clear its orbit.
Yeah,
it has a group of asteroids on either side of it called Trojans. And
Yeah, but it's
they
also
are
big.
in the same orbit as Jupiter.
Yeah, but what the reason Jupiter makes the definition, if it doesn't make it for that, is because it's way too big to not be a dwarf planet. Like it's got to be one of the two definitions, not both.
It has to actually it's three. It has to be spherical. It has to be
the orbit is spherical. You're saying the orbit?
No.
The planet.
The object itself has to be the planetary object or the astronomical object has to be spherical.
Okay.
Has to clear its orbit of other objects. I forget what the third one is.
No, it does. According to what I'm reading, it does clear its orbit of other objects, and it's big enough, and it's a sphere. So, according to what I'm reading, it's a planet. So I don't know.
You mentioned Jupiter. That is like a system unto itself, though, isn't it? Because it's got so many different moons and.
Yeah.
Don't they call it the Jovian system or something?
Yeah, it's got like 64 moons.
I know it all orbits the sun, but I mean, it's got its own little.
Yeah. I love that movie 2010 where they go up to Jupiter. It's a great movie.
Yeah. And the only reason this is important is because they're still trying to determine the orbits of like Neptune, right, or Uranus. They can't figure it out. There's other stuff pulling on those orbits that they can't see. Isn't that why they keep identifying these extra planets? It's like, okay, the planet should be here, but it's over here, which means something's tugging on it, right?
The reason I think there's a ninth planet is because there are a group of objects that are in very peculiar orbits that can't be explained without some other object. And it isn't the other planets. It isn't Uranus, Neptune.
It's other objects are getting pulled on.
Other objects further out that are in very odd orbits.
That can only be explained by something else tugging on it that we can't see.
Yeah, well, no, we can't see it. It's John's beard.
It's John's beard. John's beard is Planet X?
I mean, look at the gravity. Look at that. Look, you can see the gravity.
beer.
You can see John is an astronomical phenomenon over there with that awesome beard.
Does it have its own gravitational field? I mean, is it?
By the way, I was going to ask this earlier when you mentioned it. Is Back to the Future the first movie to mention the phrase space-time continuum?
That's a good question.
I don't know. Wouldn't Star Trek have addressed that?
I bet something else has done it before.
I'm just it's just a question I just came up with when you guys mentioned it earlier.
Squirrel Girl comes up with a good point here, and she was talking about this with me earlier. And she says, speaking of technicalities, how many entities should be entered in places like Wikipedia for Star Trek characters? So, like, I think what she was saying before. I hate to interject if that's okay.
No, you're good. You're good. No, keep going. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, what she was saying to me earlier, and I don't want to speak for her because she doesn't want to come on, because she's kind of hesitant to actually talk. So I'll speak for her, but she's sitting here with me right now. But she was saying, so how many entities? Like I think the biggest thing was the giant nerd war that occurred when it was Picard, and whether or not the official there was this huge battle, I remember, where the actual people that ran the Wikipedia, and the official Wikipedia, not the whatever, but it was on StarTrek.com, they were battling over whether or not they should have two Picards on Wikipedia, meaning like the Picard, before he quote unquote died, and then the Picard where he was transferred into the android body. And there was like this huge battle about whether or not there should be two entries, because is that a different Picard or the same Picard? And that's what she's asking.
It's all new track, and I'm just going to choose to ignore it and sneak away. With my...
Only the show would actually bother to answer that question.
Say again. I'm sorry, I missed that.
Only the show itself had bothered to deal with that question.
It's true.
Yeah. If only. Right.
If only. They did mention it a couple of times in season 2, right? But I think season 3 they even mention it? Did they even bring it up in season 3 that he was an android?
Yeah, I don't even think they brought it up. Mm-mm.
Or just the bit where the Borg wanted his body for some
That's
reason.
true. They wanted his body, so then obviously he's not in his dead body. I guess.
And she also asked, and she was also asking, so does the same question apply to, was it Ensign Kim? Remember? Because we don't have the same Ensign Kim and the same Naomi Wildman with the baby. Remember the baby?
True.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yes and no.
But they were duplicates, though, right? They were complete duplicates.
Yeah, but it was from an alternate universe.
Yes.
Slightly. Was it?
It was a quantum duplicate, they called it, whatever that means. They existed in the same universe.
It wasn't the original.
But they were duplicated.
Maybe everything else was the duplicated versions.
Oh, so maybe the only real people are Thomas and Naomi, and the rest of them they're the duplicates.
So are they different people? Should they have a separate Wikipedia article? Are they different?
Well, what about Thomas Riker?
Yeah, that's
Riker.
That's what she was asking too. Does Thomas Riker? Does he have are they all separate people? Should they have a separate Wikipedia entry?
Very interesting theory, but why am I listening to it?
This is metaphysical. I mean, we're talking about what about just a simple transporter?
Metaphysics. This trial's all been about metaphysics. Do I have a soul?
I mean, I read
and
there's a book out there called The Metaphysics of Star Trek. I read it several years ago. It's actually really interesting, and it's probably in the library. You probably can get it. If you beam somebody off a planet, you disassemble his molecules. Isn't he technically dead before he's reassembled? Right? Just think about that for a second, right?
And that was the final question that Squirrel Girl asked me last night before she went to bed. She goes, "Okay, if I'm going to ask all these questions, how many characters do we have? Shouldn't we have separate Wikipedia entries for every single time they transport themselves?"
Yeah,
because they're dead and they're reborn. It's not reborn, but a different person.
Oh, yes and no.
Because if they're not, I mean, it's obviously you have to stretch your imagination a little bit. But I mean, if they're never reassembled, they're technically dead. If they're stuck in the transporter buffer, if the buffer fails, whatever the case is, they're gone. That's it. It's over.
And I know that Star Trek essentially just did it because, it was budget constraints.
Mm-hmm.
I get that.
Budget and pacing. It would have slowed each episode down a lot.
Yeah, yeah.
Shuttle landing,
Too much
and taking
time.
off, landing and taking off.
Mhm.
Enterprise figured out a way to kind of speed that up a little bit when in the early seasons when they used shuttlecrafts. They just did it. They must have just figured it out. But the old days, it just would have slowed the episode down.
Ervik says, I think Thomas Riker should have a different entry for sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, no doubt. So here's the official definition of a planet. Orbits the sun, be round or nearly round due to gravity, and clear the neighborhood around its orbit.
So Earth is a planet.
That is the official scientific definition of a planet.
So although we are an oblate spheroid, we are not round, but we're close.
No, we're nearly round.
Nearly round, yeah.
For one of the reasons
planet.
It's so weird. I remember when I was a kid,
and Pluto doesn't clear the neighborhood according to astronomers.
When I was a kid,
not a planet.
When I was a kid, I was watching this movie called The Transformers. The movie, it was an animated movie. Remember that, where Optimus Prime dies? But after that, they go to all these weird planets in both that movie and the shows that followed, like Char and the planet of Junk, which is Junkion. None of them were spheres. None of them. They were just like surfaces, I don't know if you remember, they were not shaped like spheres, and they called them planets.
John, what were you saying? You were saying something real quick?
It was just a bit about clearing the orbit. From what I understand, one of the reasons that Pluto got demoted is because its moon, Charon, is like more than half the size of Pluto or something like that.
Sorry about that.
I think it's because anymore, then. I think it's because they were finding objects bigger than Pluto. Beyond Pluto.
Yeah, like Makey Make and Sedna.
So they were thinking, well, just how many planets are there? I mean, are we going to have 96 planets?
Yeah.
But people like Pluto. People want Pluto to be a planet. They're rooting for Pluto. There's a lot of people that like that planet. And not just because of the cartoon dog either. I mean, it's, they like it. Obviously, it's not scientifically there.
Said that, sorry.
Go ahead.
Ervik said, and also Harry Kim and Naomi Wildman from that other time. That's what we were talking. Yeah, that's what we were talking about.
I think didn't want to leave Ervik they should have their own entry as well.
Yeah, I didn't want to.
I think it should be narrowed down to, like, Thomas Riker has his own entry because he's living in the same time period as or whatever you call it as Will Riker, but those guys are replaced and therefore basically are the characters that they are.
Yeah, and canonically speaking, Thomas Riker is still alive according to Lower Decks, which is technically canon. And they mentioned him outright, and they said Thomas Riker, there was one of the people they needed to pick up, right, and save from. There was some zone, I think, that they had to. They said they had to get them out of. But it is mentioned explicitly in Lower Decks that Thomas Riker is still alive after the Dominion War.
Okay.
Lower Decks. What is Lower Decks? What are you talking about? Are you talking about the G episode?
Rumor has it that he's still waiting for Kira to come rescue him to this day.
Yeah.
She totally forgot about that promise. Like, that was just totally forgotten about. I promise. I'll find you. I'll get you out of there.
I'll find you.
Yeah. Nope. I'm good.
Eric, yes. He asked, didn't they die, though? And he's referring to the Demon Planet version of the Voyager crew. Yeah, they did die. They had an episode about that.
The whole ship exploded. The whole...
they end up... Yeah, they ended up all dying, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But then they gave each member of the crew a new face, and they're each on a crusade to champion the cause of the helpless and the powerless.
Forever in the log history.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Girl's pretty adamant.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good. I just like the episode with the Silver Blood folks. What adventures did that Voyager get into? Like, I mean, they were out there for over a year or so, or two.
I did see that episode, but I
Yeah.
don't remember anything about Silver Blood. I have to watch it again.
So it's like there was a whole other set of adventures that Voyager got into that we never really knew about. The duplicate Voyager.
See, I wonder how many of the episodes were that crew.
Now you really
not
okay.
not the
wow
real
okay.
Voyager.
I'm wondering
crew.
how many shuttlecraft and how many torpedoes Voyager has.
Well, that can be explained.
Spread.
Yeah,
Full spread. That's all I got to say because you guys know exactly what video I'm talking about.
Well, John made a great video about full spread. Yeah, that was
But
excellent.
I don't know if John probably made a great video, but there was a really famous video where this guy counted the torpedoes. You guys know which video?
No, I've seen that one. Where there's a counter on the lower right-hand corner. It keeps counting. Yeah.
And every time it's full spread, you just start laughing.
Ervik, you said that you missed that in Lower Decks, and yeah, that was in the Lower Decks, and they made it absolutely clear that Thomas Riker is definitely still alive. Yep.
But where is he
As of
again? I missed it. Where is he supposed to be?
I don't know, but they said they had to pick him up. I'm gonna have to go back and rewatch. But they made it explicitly clear that Thomas Riker was still alive as of 2380 whatever it was,
and not in the Cardassian labor camp, like he's free.
You would think that
he was
they would
out of the labor camp.
Okay.
You would think that they would have returned him when the war with the Dominion was over.
Yeah, I think
or they would have returned him instead of returning that stupid orb of time. You think they would have just returned him?
Yeah, I think it's implied that after the Dominion War, that it's pretty clear that, I mean, like I said, I'm kind of taking a little bit of liberties here, but it's pretty clear that in Lower Decks they basically say that Thomas Riker is free because obviously during the Dominion War, the United Federation of Planets, and the Allies take over, Cardassia. Or not take over, but liberate it. And so all of the prison planets, and you have all these random sorry for the language, but these random people from the prison planets, including Thomas Riker, and and he's free now. And so and so they mention it they don't just mention it, they actually say his name in the show.
Yeah.
Well, it was a loose thread, so I'm glad they addressed it at least.
They're going to ship him to New Zealand so where he can still do a job for the Federation.
Well, I question if this is accurate, but on Memory Alpha, the Thomas Riker article says by 2381, Thomas had presumably either been released, escaped, or was rescued, as he was no longer in prison.
Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then I think Lower Decks, the episode that they mentioned him in Lower Decks, I believe was 2384 or 85 or something like that.
This says 2381.
Okay, maybe. Okay, I'd have to go back and look at the dates. I haven't seen Lower Decks in a couple of years, or in about a year or two.
Further, it says by 2381, Thomas Riker was on a list of former Starfleet officers Starfleet Command ordered to be located and escorted to Earth following a series of mysterious attacks on starships of different species.
That's it. Yep,
Yeah,
that's exactly
2381.
Yep. 81. Okay, I was off by a few years. Yep. My bad.
You think he'd still be wanted by Federation because, I mean, he did steal a Federation starship and pretty much wage war on Cardassia. I think they would have some charges waiting for him at home, but...
That's why I said he might be in a New Zealand prison doing a job for the Federation. But at the same time, he did uncover the whole thing in the Orion.
Yeah, and they can call it time served if he was in a Cardassian labor camp, right?
I was going to say, exactly, time served.
Right.
Exactly.
It kind of reminds me of that real story about the kid that was in, over there. And they when they let him go, he just that was a really sad story. You know what?
Which one?
North Korea kid, that was in North Korea. And then he had to serve labor. What is it? Borger was his name, or Warmbier or something. You remember that kid?
No, not really. I don't remember that.
He was in North Korea. And he took down a propaganda poster, and then they sentenced him to life and hard labor.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Wow.
Yeah, it was maybe 8 or 9 years ago. Yeah, Otto Warmbier.
Mm-hmm.
Really sad story because he didn't know he didn't know that it would be. It's just sad because all of his friends were going on the plane to go home, and these two military cops held him back, and then they sentenced him to life and hard labor. But he only lasted a year. They sent him home eventually, but then he died at home.
Oh, and then Robert's saying there's 2 Guinans, the one in the Nexus. Yeah, that's strange too.
Guinan. Plus, there's a weird Guinan from the new show. I don't know. I don't like the new 10 Forward that it was a bar in San Francisco or Los Angeles or something.
You could say there are 3, counting it yesterday's Enterprise.
Yeah, and then there is there a 10 Forward on the other bridge on the E.
I don't know.
They never showed it or talked about it that I know of.
12 Forward, maybe.
And then you get into Laura Reloaded's recent episode or stream video where he's talking about how maybe the Prime universe changed with yesterday's Enterprise. So you get a whole new set of entries for all the characters after that episode or at the end of that episode.
Yeah,
because you have Tasha Yar, living.
She doesn't belong there, right?
She doesn't belong there. So the universe has changed.
Keep the entry simple. By the way, Omni, did you get my video I sent about Star Wars? The first mention of the Sith that was cut out of A New Hope?
I watched it. Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that weird?
It's like a deleted scene from Star Wars: A New Hope.
Yeah,
the first
it was really weird to hear them mention the Sith in that scene.
Yeah, it was George Lucas had a lot of dialogue all over the place. I guess they edited it beautifully though. I think it's better in the theatrical version than what they.
Oh yeah, they edited so much. They originally had like many more trips through the trench, and they just edited it down to 2. They really tightened the ending up too.
We are vulnerable.
Tom Paris part of the.
Well, did he get a pardon? I mean, that wasn't really mentioned either in Voyager. Well, I guess he served for 7 years on the ship. I mean, he's clear.
Lower Decks made it clear that Tom Paris and what's his name in
Nick
The Next
Locarno?
Generation?
Nick Locarno?
Yeah, Nick Locarno. Yep, like if there was any mistake, Lower Decks canon, like it or not, made it clear that Nick Locarno and Tom Paris are 2 completely separate people.
But they look and sound exactly the same.
They look and sound exactly the same. And then they even mentioned that on screen.
You don't
they
see
said,
it?
Wow, you don't see it? Right.
That's funny.
I love Lower Decks, and they do take a lot of liberties with canon. I love it, but it's funny.
All right,
like the show.
Talking about temporal incursions, yesterday's Enterprise got me thinking. If we talking about the show Enterprise itself and the temporal Cold War and all that, like, was that supposed to happen? Like the Paragon colony, what was it? Shockwave Part 1.
Yep.
I mean, they say history never recorded that event, or Daniels said that, whatever that meant. That the Enterprise was never supposed to destroy that colony, killing 3,000 people because the Suliban, sabotaged them to do that. Doesn't that change everything? And is this why Mr. VP has problems with Enterprise? Is it because of the temporal stuff? Because does that change everything, or was that just supposed to happen? And then Daniels is from some kind of alternate future.
Wait, which episode are you talking about? I'm sorry.
Shockwave. Well, among others. I mean, the temporal Cold War in general, but Shockwave specifically. Part 1, I guess, and Part 2 as well.
John?
Yeah, I'm curious, John, what you think.
What I was going to say is that in Stormfront, I believe it was.
Oh, sorry. I said Shockwave. Stormfront.
No. You're right about Shockwave, but I'm talking about later in Stormfront.
Oh, Stormfront. Okay.
That last scene with Daniels, he talks about the timeline resetting itself.
Okay.
And so I assumed that was intended to convey that anything that was changed after that was fixed.
So when you see all those little streams and stuff and all floating around, all that, the timeline's sorting itself out.
So then, Dorothy never went to Oz then, basically.
Well, are the Paragons back then?
I don't know.
And the Enterprise J exists. It is canon. I don't care what anyone says.
It's an ugly ship if it is.
Whatever. You can call it ugly, but it still exists because that was the whole point of the episode. It reestablished the fact that was the universe. That was what was supposed to happen, and Archer and Daniels made sure that it did happen. and therefore the Enterprise J is, according to, in my opinion, and from how I read it, in the prime timeline, that the Enterprise J is a real ship that exists, and that's how the timeline went.
I'm okay with the Enterprise J existing. It's just, what about TOS, TNG, the movies? Like, did all that get affected because of all this temporal shenanigans that was happening in Enterprise time?
I think it fits.
I mean, they did it in an interesting way, but it's just hard not to be sloppy about it. Because again, that colony being destroyed, that's no small thing. That's not just some Suliban cell ship causing problems. You're talking about 3,000 colonists that are dead, that aren't supposed to be dead, but they're dead. And with the whole Zindi thing too, like, that wasn't supposed to happen, right? Even Future Guy said that wasn't supposed to happen. So it just makes you wonder. I like Enterprise. They did a really good job with it, but that the temporal stuff is where it gets a little bit funny. They could have been a little tighter with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, time travel gives me a headache, Robert Rose says. I agree. Janeway does too.
And Janeway says, yeah, don't try to make sense of temporal mechanics.
Past is the future is the past.
Don't try to make sense of it all.
What about the Enterprise episode where Earth was destroyed and there was a small colony? That was Twilight, I believe. Great episode. I like that one a lot.
Very good.
Yeah,
episode.
that was a really good episode. Mm-hmm.
I like the SETI Alpha, and then I like seeing Captain Trip. That was cool.
This is SETI Alpha 5.
Captain Tucker, and then Malcolm was Captain too. I liked it. It was a good episode.
This is SETI Alpha 5.
SETI Alpha 5?
SETI Alpha 6 exploded 6 months after we left. Did that happen during that timeline?
Well, it happened in the movie era, right? I guess so.
Right. I got you.
Kind of want to go back and watch Lower Decks again now.
Over a century later.
And then what about the Borg incident too? I mean, that they went back in time, and then regeneration happened on Enterprise as well. So I guess all of it was just supposed to happen. All these little temporal incursions. That's just all. That's the way it is. That's the universe.
Just deal with it. Just go with it.
We have another Dutch old fart with us. Gregory says, "Hello from a Dutch old fart. Off topic, but I remember Space 1999. Do you think the U.S.?
U.S.
That's an old show. I do remember watching it, but not really too well.
Was
the
influenced
U.S.
by the series.
influenced by the series?
Who was in that? Wasn't that like what was his name? Martin Landau? Was he in that one?
Yeah,
There was that one,
right?
That was that one girl. What's her face? The name of the girl that was in it. I remember particular.
I had a really tough time watching that show. I could not get into it.
I don't think I've ever actually seen it.
Oh wait, you're talking. Okay, I was thinking about the TV show from the late '90s. You were talking about the TV show from
the 70s. Space
Okay,
1999. I think Martin Landau was in it. I'm 90% sure, but I don't know.
Yeah, he was. He
Okay.
was.
Long before I was born.
Robert Rose says we all learned from Time Cop at least that the same matter can't occupy the same space at the same time. Well, that was Shattered again. I'm Shattered. I mean, was it Shattered? No. The episode with his two Voyagers again. That was the issue with that one.
Deadlock.
Excuse me.
Deadlock. Yeah.
That they talked about that,
No.
right? Didn't Janeway mention that the Kent State experiment and all that?
But they weren't exactly in the same space.
They were slightly off, right? A little bit off phase
yeah.
or something, or a little bit offset, or.
What about those? What about, speaking of which, what about those aliens in Time Zero that were like 0.4 seconds off from our universe?
Right.
Which I don't
the Davidia aliens, yeah.
I don't understand that at all, but it's awesome.
See, my reasoning that the duplicate Voyager was the one that survived is because the Vidians boarded the one that got destroyed.
That's true.
And the Vidians were not duplicated. So,
and there was something with the antimatter too, wasn't it? Like one of the ships had it and one of them didn't, or they split it.
Yeah, they were drawing. The antimatter was not duplicated. It was the only thing that was not duplicated.
They were both
And
drawing from the same
both
supply,
ships-
right?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the bridge. I'm Captain Janeway.
Sometimes I wish we would have had the Voyager from that episode where the doctor had to convince them. What was the name of that episode where the doctor had to convince them that that wasn't what it really was?
Oh, Living Witness.
But yeah,
The evil Voyager.
The warship
Fame-
Voyager.
Yeah, the warship Voyager.
Violence.
Are shapeshifters first shown in TNG with the girl turning into a monster with her maiden aid?
I see what you're- the Delphine she's talking about.
The dolphin. Yeah, Delphine. Mm-hmm.
Well, there are different types of shapeshifters in TOS as well.
What?
And TAS, for that matter.
Yeah. She
Well,
was
hold on.
wondering.
TOS.
sorry.
Which? I'm sorry. No. Which ones in TOS are you thinking of, John? Because I'm trying to remember.
Well, in
The salt monster, maybe, or
well, yeah, there's that, and also Garth had the ability to change form.
he did.
Garth?
Captain
Garth
Lord
Izar.
Garth. Lord Garth.
Lord Garth.
Wasn't there a cat that could transform or something?
Are they the
Martia.
Cat's paw?
So
True,
you know,
yeah.
are they different? Are they different shapeshifters
That's interesting.
essentially?
That's a good question.
They're different species, but they're still all shapeshifters of a type.
I mean, the one in Delphine, what they were called elastomorphs, right?
Yeah, that sounds familiar. Yeah, mhm.
That's what Pulaski called them, or that's what they called themselves. I forget now.
Elastomorphs. Yeah.
And then what was it? Aquiel. You had the dog.
Erevic, I would disagree with that statement. He says that was the only mirror universe type Voyager episode. I found a TV guide listing recently of a Voyager episode, and it has a partial description. And it says, as Q is confronted by the mirror universe Q with Voyager caught in the middle.
Mirror Universe Q.
Wait,
That's like a great episode.
Yeah, I don't remember that one at all.
Wasn't it? Well, check out the San Antonio 9.
Oh, got it.
channel on-
Okay.
Yeah.
It's that TV guide. Okay, I thought it was the
I'm
one you
lost
find in a
here.
supermarket. I didn't know it was that one.
That one,
I don't
yeah.
understand what you guys are talking about here.
He puts little, like, how would you put it? Like satirical TV guide listings in the Discord server for certain episodes coming up of Babylon 5. There it is right there.
Oh,
It looks like a TV guide listing from the old days. but
Right at the top.
It's satire.
oh, okay. I thought you guys were being serious. I'm sorry.
As Q is confronted by the mirror universe Q with Voyager caught in the middle. Q3 is played by Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee. Okay.
By the way, today's framed answer is Star Trek: The Motion Picture. The game Framed. I don't know if you've ever played it.
No.
It's like where you guess the movie based on still frames that they show you, and you get 5 or 6 guesses. Yeah, it's every day. It's like Wordle. It resets every day. But today it was Star Trek: The Motion Picture.
So
basically, it's like a game where they give you one frame, and then it's harder when it starts, and then they give you another frame, and then by the end you should be able to get it, or you just don't know it at all.
you guessed the movie. Robert Rose says the shapeshifter from Star Trek 6. Yeah, that was a Comaloid.
Yep.
Comaloid.
Iman.
Which, by the way, there was another Comaloid in a movie that just came out recently
Oh yeah, we got to watch that.
called Section 31, available on Paramount Plus, and there was another Comaloid.
Whoops. What happened, Omni?
Omni seems to be experiencing some technical difficulties at the moment. Hopefully he'll be back soon.
Whoa. Okay. I'm back.
I'm glad you're back. Welcome back.
It was weird. I don't know where I went there for a minute.
I don't know.
Yeah,
You phased out. You're out of phase for a couple minutes.
I was like Dr. Mannheim. I was caught between two universes.
Gregory asks, was the salt vampire a shapeshifter or a perception shifter?
That's a good question.
That's an interesting question.
That's a good question. It's not Nancy.
Harcourt, Benton Mud.
Well, it appeared differently to different people. So.
True.
Yeah, we mentioned ISIS in the chat, and also
was there something funny, Arabic?
There was one shapeshifter in Star Wars called a. They came up with a name for it too. It was a. I know the name of the character is a Zam Wessel, but the name of the character, the name of the species, Cameloid or something. No, it wasn't.
Well, Cameloid's in Star Trek. Yes, the
Yeah,
character Iman played.
Hold on, let me see if I.
Did you phase shift before? Yes.
Claudite. Claudite was Zam Wessel. She was going after, trying to kill Padme with a sniper rifle.
And in the episode The Survivor, which we mentioned earlier during the game, there was a Vandorian shapeshifter impersonating Carter Winston and various other members of the crew.
Very true.
What about the guy from Transfigurations? Is he a shapeshifter?
Well, he went through a metamorphosis. I wouldn't say he's a shapeshifter.
Okay.
Evolved.
Yeah.
What about the Dodd? What about that dude, Kevin Uxbridge?
That's interesting. I mean, he was borderline Q, omnipotent, right? He had a lot of power. Like he was a powerful.
We have no law to fit your crime. How about mass murder? I think in that episode Picard was like, you know what? We're just gonna leave well enough alone.
Yeah.
We're not gonna bother you anymore because I don't want the entire United Federation of Planets to go missing.
Go the way of the Husnak. Gone.
Yeah. We're just gonna leave well enough alone. You can go about your own way. We're done.
Make what's her name? Rashawn live again.
Yeah. Picard's like, peace out, bro. We're done.
You guys ever watch those pitch meeting episodes where the guy does the pitch meetings? He does Ryan George. He does he's talking to himself about the movies. He's a shapeshifter, I guess. I guess you would count. All right, that wasn't very funny.
I'm trying to think.
You're fine, Mercer.
Hello, Mr.
Hello.
Laser.
Hello, Mr. Loser is in the house.
You
potato. I misread that. I thought it was Laser. Mr. Laser.
Laser.
Like
How's it
TJ
going?
Laser?
TJ Laser, yeah. You gotta spin your gun
Yeah,
around.
I get a big kick out of it.
TJ Laser. My son gets a kick out of it. Naturally, he asks me if I do it all the time.
Yeah, I get a kick out of it too.
I'll buy that for $1.
Can you do that, Dad? Can you do that, Dad?
Welcome, Tokyo.
Hey guys. Oh
Drop
wow!
it.
Somebody tried to crash into the military base. There's cops.
Nice.
Yep, there's cops and fire trucks all around the place.
Okay.
Which military base? I'm sorry.
Yokota Air Base.
Wow.
Yeah. Looking at it in real time right now.
Well, are you guys watching Babylon 5 on Tuesday?
We are.
Oh, no, I'm kidding.
Good.
I'll be watching Andor. It's a series finale.
Yeah, but you can stream it, can't you? I mean,
Yeah.
10, 11, 12, right?
Yeah, 10, 11, 12. I'll be streaming. It's a series finale.
No, episode 5, I believe, of season 3.
So yeah, I got to watch it when it comes out because I don't want to get spoiled by somebody. So.
oh, okay.
Mercer, I'm on episode 5 right now.
Oh, really? Cool. Yeah, good stuff.
It's
It's
really
better.
good.
Believe me, it gets a lot better. Yeah, the Gormans and everything. It's good stuff.
The Gorn?
Gormans.
The
Oh,
Gorn!
the Gormans. The Gorn!
Yes! Gotta cut the wires.
That's Kristen's favorite. That's Kristen's favorite. That's the Gord or Kristen's favorite word.
No, we cut the wires, send it to recycle shop.
Yeah, put it down the garbage chute. You got down the incinerator chute. Yeah.
Honey, put a shirt on. John's string gets taken down.
Were you running? Why are you sweating?
Oh, that's funny.
It's real.
It's real. I know.
It's a real story.
It's real. It's real.
It's a fake. It's a Jake.
I want to see those two juxtaposed.
It's a lake.
Robert Rose says, can someone explain how the DS9 changelings were able to become things smaller than they were? Well, that's interesting.
Plot convenient.
Because they can compact their mass. They're not.
Mass.
They can be gas too.
Gas.
Gas. It's gas. Did you get my answer? I said gas. Can I have my points?
Even in Emissary, Odo turned into a bag, basically, right? A pouch, a satchel, whatever you want to call it. But he was carried very lightly. Like, he doesn't weigh much then, right? If he turns into a bag,
he turned into a equipment case in
mass
Homefront.
Right.
With tricorders. With tricorders, I might add, inside of it.
Law, they can even be fire or fog. Yeah, Law's turned into a fire.
That's true.
Yeah.
That was a weird episode. I didn't like that. And they should have got somebody else besides Hertzler. He's too recognizable. I mean, he's not... That was lazy casting, I think, on their part.
Yeah. It was obvious to me.
Yeah, he was creepy, too. He was a creepy...
he was supposed to be creepy, though, wasn't he?
I guess so. But if they would have picked a different actor, maybe it would have been better. But it's him. We know him. We know his voice. We know him too well. Like, how could you... You know...
Yeah,
I guess they do the same thing.
Martok.
Yeah, it's Martok. Yeah.
Yeah,
it is Martok.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they did the same thing with Jeffrey Combs, but at least he changes his voice a bit. He kind of disguises his, like he played the Ferengi. He'll play,
Yeah, Jeffrey Combs is incredible. Like you can tell it's the same actor, but it's not one actor playing one character pretending to be another character. Like the difference between Shran and Wei Yun, completely night and day, and you can tell.
True.
They separate between them.
And the Ferengi guy he played. He played Brunt, but he also played the Marauder Ferengi, right? The Marauder.
Yes. The underling.
Yes, the underling. Correct.
I guess it's the way he played the character, but Shran to me seemed taller than Wei Yun.
Yeah.
I
agree. Not just the antenna either, right?
It's just the way he carried himself.
I see what you're saying.
Another good actor was Ethan Phillips. He did a good job, and you can tell the difference between Neelix and the Ferengi he played on Enterprise.
And he played the Ferengi in TNG, and he played a Ferengi in... Yeah.
Yep.
So Martok is a changeling this whole time. Yeah, well, he wasn't he? Up until a certain point, right?
They found him out.
So one-eyed Martok is a changeling. I'm sorry, two-eyed Martok is a changeling. One-eyed Martok is the real one, right? Is that how you determine it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because he was in prison the entire time. And if I remember right, Bashir had the old comm badge when we found him in prison, right?
Well, he had the old uniform. He had the blue on the shoulders.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the blue on the shoulders.
The new gray, yeah.
Yeah.
That's the only way to kind of tell them apart.
Which comm badge did he have? Did he have
it was the same. No. It was the same. It was the Generations comm badge, but he had the older uniform. He had the blue, the Voyager uniform, basically, or the DS9 uniform, not the First Contact uniform. But I'm thinking now too. Vaughn Armstrong is another one of those actors that they've used so much on every series,
and he's good.
Yeah, he's good.
He's good.
He played the Cretacean, didn't he, in Enterprise? He played Klingon. He played.
Yep.
Okay. Good
Romulus.
question.
Played. Yep.
Sampling his blood.
Telecromor.
Telecramor.
Planet X. Go ahead. Go ahead, Planet X.
Oh, I'm sorry. Squirrel
sorry.
Girl said sample his blood. Well, didn't they sample his blood in that one episode? And
The Way of the Warrior.
Did he trick? So he must have tricked them.
It was a trick.
Yeah, here's the funny thing. In the whole run of DS9, a blood test never successfully identifies a changeling.
Nope. The blood will tell.
No.
Yeah.
The blood will say
the scene. I think the scene that she's talking about is the one where, him and Kira and Cisco.
Yeah, The Way of the Warrior.
And he was he not a changeling at that point?
Supposedly. But they didn't know, the writers I don't think didn't know that at the time. Right? I'm going to venture to say that.
I don't think they got that
canonically
far.
speaking, after the fact, he was supposed to be a changeling, right?
Yes. After the fact.
But they did show, where it could be faked by a changeling.
Yeah.
Huh.
That's true, because maybe Cisco had the fake test where they did it the other way around, where he proved that he was a changeling, but it really wasn't. So they can fake the test either way.
Right.
Huh. Yeah, okay.
Paradise Lost. I guess there's even a line, though, about Martok. He even says, I understand that there's been someone impersonating me and he's caused the death of many Klingons. Like, he said a line to Worf, basically saying that the other guy you met wasn't me.
Right.
And he's caused a lot of damage. He's influenced Gowron and caused a lot of damage.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, even Joseph Sisko said it when he was throwing his temper tantrum about taking a blood test.
Yeah.
There isn't a test that some art guy can't find his way around.
He's right, though. He's right.
They kind of had to write around that, didn't they?
Yeah, because of the Martok scene.
Mm-hmm. What about phaser sweeps, though? Does that find him? I mean, it definitely got Odo. Made him, revert back to his normal shape.
Yeah, the phaser sweeps work, but I don't think you're going to shoot people when they step off the transporter pad. Are you who you say you are? No, the blood test doesn't work. Fire!
Shoot him!
Shoot him! It's not Nancy. He's killing the captain. Shoot him!
Shoot! I cannot. He's my brother.
The Organians must have been out to lunch.
Yeah, whatever happened to them?
Yeah, they're gone.
I mean, they talk about but there's references to Organians throughout what DS9. I think isn't there TNG a little bit?
I don't
know. I have to check that out. But
wait,
they were an Enterprise.
No, Enterprise. We know. Yeah, that
the Lower Decks character.
You're thinking of Orion.
Orion.
What was
Orions? Yeah.
Oh, wrong species.
Yeah.
the girl with the little things in her hair.
Species.
What race was she? Wasn't she a descendant of one of those?
Oh, I know who you're talking about. It wasn't a main character. It was a. She was in it for like 2 episodes or something like that.
Yeah.
And she turned out to be friends with Mariner.
Yeah, and she was a descendant of one of those the race from the original series where they were the Greek whatever.
Oh yeah. She wasn't Organian. She was a descendant of Apollo. She had the
Apollo.
Okay.
Yeah, she had the wreath on her head.
Wrong. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Wrong race. My bad.
So Gregory says, I wonder what happened to that young Q girl in TNG. Rogers, I guess.
Amanda Rogers.
Right. 2 little woke redcon.
She's in the queue.
So I guess she became part of the
continuum. Yeah, she went to the continuum.
Robert Rose says Jeffrey Combs played a great mad scientist also in the Reanimator movie. That is a great movie. Jeffrey Combs did a phenomenal job in that movie. It's a cult classic. It's a crazy horror film, budget horror film, but it is great. If you can, I think you can stream it for free on certain services. It's called the Reanimator.
How many? Wasn't there like multiple ones?
Was there? No. Was there a sequel? Oh, there was 2. There was a second one. I think you're right. But the first one was the best.
There was a campaign to get Jeffrey Combs to play Dr. Boyce on Strange New Worlds.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because you see, that that would make a lot of sense rather than the mass murdering Mbenga that we get.
Murdering Mbenga. He just kills Klingons every day. It's just Klingons, though. It doesn't really matter.
He kills Klingons, sweeps it under the rug.
Yeah, he's okay.
Oh, man.
There'll be some consequences, but they're very vague consequences. It's fine.
I love the Strange New Worlds talk. It's always great. You guys.
Yeah, murdering Mbenga.
Murdering. That's what the N means in Mbenga. It's murdering Benga.
Yeah. Murdering Benga. Yeah, that's right.
Not only that, but Mbenga as in I got promoted, then demoted, then promoted again. Mbenga.
Well, when you kill Klingons, ambassadors on your ship, it's going to affect your career one way or the other. I think it's safe to say that.
Yeah.
He's going to get demoted in order to work with Dr. McCoy and then back on the Enterprise and TOS.
Yeah.
Who was the doctor in Where No Man Has Gone Before? What was his name again?
That was Piper, John Piper.
Piper. That's right. Yeah. Piper, uppercut.
Piper, uppercut. Piper.
Thank God.
He's dead, Jim. Perfect.
Thank God Bones made sure Kirk didn't give half the galaxy space. Oh my goodness.
Dr. Piper.
Gregory, that's funny. Gregory, that's funny.
Okay, yeah. Jeffrey Combs needs to come in and play. That could help with some goodwill from Strange New Worlds if they just get rid of Mbenga and put in Boyce.
But that's going backwards again because Boyce was before. Boyce was way before. The Cage was way before where we are now.
Right.
So that means he'd have to return. He'd have to come back basically at that point.
Yeah,
which would be better. Which would be just fine with me.
Oh, I'm okay with that. I'm
I'd
fine
be
with
okay with that too.
I'm fine with it. I like Boyce.
But
I mean, especially the first, in the Cage, he was good.
Okay.
But Q Trelane has to.
Trelane.
Oh God.
John, are you listening, John?
Yeah.
John, are you out there?
What? Did you say something?
Boyce was the doctor in the Cage.
I think Tokyo is bringing up Trelane.
Oh, okay.
Something about Trelane coming up. I don't know.
Yeah.
What's
Yeah, Q Trelane needs to snap his fingers and just reset the whole thing.
Can you imagine that happens? And the Enterprise looks like the Enterprise again. It goes back to the real Constitution. Like, oh man, can you imagine that?
I'm in the minority. I actually like the Johnny's Constitution. It's a heck of a lot better looking than the Ryan Church Constitution from the movies. Yes, it's 25% different, but I really like that design. That being said, you can keep that Enterprise. That Enterprise actually looks pretty sweet as far as I'm concerned. What I want reset is Trelane to snap his fingers and restore the timeline as it is. But if not even that, just say, well, I've seen multiple timelines, and this is the timeline where the eugenics wars took place in the 21st century and not the 20th. Okay. Something like that. Establish that.
Fans are hoping for it. They're hoping for it.
Yeah. Even on Trek movie, they're saying they're hoping for it.
They'll grasp at straws right now. They'll grasp at anything. They were so happy when Lower Decks kind of hinted that Discovery was not canon because of the Klingorks, right?
Yes.
But
everybody jumped on that. No, it means nothing. But the fans, it's like a thirsty man in the desert. You give him a drop of water. It's delicious.
And he thinks there's an ocean nearby.
Right, exactly. It's like we're starving.
Lower Decks essentially all but said that the Klingons from Discovery are from an alternate universe. They said it without saying it, but that's basically what Lower Decks was implying.
They didn't.
Yeah, they didn't. They didn't say it outright. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Which
they didn't say it outright. They implied it.
See, I don't even think they implied it. I don't even think they implied it because it didn't.
Oh,
no, not at all. Because it didn't. Because it was both alternate reality and time travel.
Yeah,
where they were going back and forth through time. So
it's a jumble.
It's not. Yeah, it's not. They're not saying that at all. The Klingorks are canon to that timeline, whether we like it or not, and we don't, but it is.
Yeah, I agree. Canon is canon.
Yeah, if it ain't on the page, it ain't on the stage, and if it's on the stage, it's canon. That is exactly what Gene Roddenberry said, and that's what they're going with.
So you're okay with the ship? What do you want him to get rid of? If he snaps his fingers, what do you want Trelane to get rid of specifically? I mean, you just said something about 3 different timelines, and
I want him to restore the timeline. Like, oh, hang on, snaps his fingers. Okay, now it's fixed. What's fixed?
Now we're back
the
to
whole
right before
eugenics wars thing.
Okay.
The whole eugenics wars thing, because that's what destroyed Star Trek 66 through 05. It's gone because of that.
All right,
If
they
they're-
fixed that.
if they're-
They fixed that.
if
Khan
they fix that-
was ruling from 92 to 96. Okay, Khan he's in the Botany Bay after that. Fine, restored.
Then
Eugenics
right,
War,
then
World
they
War
have
III,
to
all
write-
that.
Right. Then they have to write. Now they're still in a corner, but they can write themselves out of that corner if they really don't even need to think critically. They just have to say a couple of throwaway lines, and then you've got the whole elimination of the Gorn arc.
So okay, so the Gorn have to go too.
Right. And Uhura needs to lose her memory once.
Why? For T'Pring.
T'Pring. Yeah, she's beautiful. Spock. Who is she?
Okay, all right. So Uhura loses her memory. The Gorn go away, and somehow
The eugenics
Khan is
wars is
reset.
fixed.
Eugenics wars, Khan, and all the Supermen are 1990s, not 2020s
Right.
or whatever they're saying. Okay, got it.
Right, because we know, and they consider Enterprise canon. How is Enterprise canon if Enterprise also acknowledged that the eugenics wars was 20th century?
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The episode Carpenter Street.
Oh, geez.
Let's do it. If we're going to go there, let's go there. They went back to what
I'm
year?
staying out of
2000?
this one.
2001? When did they go back?
2004.
2002? 2004?
4.
That's what? Less than 8 years after the eugenics war destroyed 300 million people on Earth and destroyed cities and
Well, that was,
in Asia, in Asia, in the wrong part of the world, in Africa, not in the United States.
John, you had an answer. You had something on the tip of your tongue.
You said, oh, are you thinking about the casualties from World War III? Because that would have been later. I don't think the eugenics war was that widespread by comparison.
No.
Well, Spock conflates the two, though. We've talked about this before, but doesn't Spock kind of like conflate the two in the same conflict? Like the eugenics war and World War III were kind of the same thing?
Spock, pre-death Spock, he obviously didn't study, or he obviously failed history.
We're talking about Space Seed now. Space Seed was very early in Star
Yeah,
Trek,
I'm
so I
talking
can see
about
them
Space
getting stuff wrong. Right, yeah. He
Right.
kind
but
of
then
almost said your Third World War, right?
Yeah.
But then later on,
the
there's the
last
whole
of your
thing
so-called world wars.
Yes, but then we get the whole Colonel Green thing, right, introduced later on.
Mm-hmm.
And that's more the 2020s.
Yeah, Spock failed history.
Correct.
That's it.
Incorrect.
Exactly. Of course, post-death Spock, post-resurrection Spock, Jesus Spock, I guess you can say. I hate to say something like that, but that's what it seems like.
And
He knows everything.
shall I go to Future's End? Shall we even dare to go there?
Yeah, you can because she. Yeah, you can because what's her name? Rain Robinson had a model of the DY 100 class on her shelf.
She did. That's true. I'll give you that.
So absolutely.
But I mean, that was 1994, 5, 6? 6.
That was 6.
So Khan is already in the spaceship at this point, or he's just about ending his rule.
Orcon's about to be overthrown. We don't know exactly in 96 when that happened, but it's enough to not involve mainland United States.
Okay, all right. So the U.S. is just kind of out of all that. The whole eugenics thing.
Spock even said 1/3 of your world.
1/4 of your world, or 1/3 of your world, something like that.
I think it was 1/3. Yeah. So it just didn't involve the United States.
The $1 million question is brain. What is brain?
Brain and brain. What is brain?
What is brain?
what is brain? No, hey, I not to interject, but Ervik had said something earlier, and he said that he had brought up a question about how they basically in Lower Decks, Jeffrey Combs, he was an evil AI, and they made him into like he was evil, but then he kind of turned good. I kind of like that.
Yeah, I think he end evil though.
No, he ended up good. He ended up good, and it was with Peanut Hamper. Sorry for the, obviously that's dumb, but yeah, they kind of turned them both into essentially malevolent,
Oh yeah, they had a redemption arc. The
Yeah,
freaking
they had a
Exocomp had a
redemption-
redemption arc.
Exocomp.
Yeah.
Oh my
And
god.
don't get me started. I get it. The whole episode where she's on the bird planet, I hate. I get it. I get that. But I think that the whole AI redemption arc, like later, like in the next, I think it was the next season, where they had, the AI Jeffrey Combs. What was it? What was the name of the AI that he was?
I don't remember. I blocked that out.
I-
If anybody seems to
geez.
remember,
It was
if anybody remembers that name, bless your heart.
Agamus.
Oh no, you know it.
I think it was Agamus. But in any case, I like that. I don't know. I make no qualms here. I'm a huge Lower Decks fan, and everyone here knows it. And
Good. Thank you for your subscription. We appreciate it. It's very good.
I love it.
Hey,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You're absolutely welcome. I can't get the words. I'm having a stroke. I don't hold it against people if they like New Trek. Personally, I mean, if you like Discovery, great. If you like Strange New Worlds, great. We're going to disagree on a lot of things about what makes Trek Trek, but I liked Strange New Worlds, and I defended it in season 1. I defended it to the.
I watched season 1 and
to
then
the
I
death.
stopped. I liked season 1. I watched it, but then after that I had my fill of it. I got it. I got the joke. I got the in jokes. I liked it, but I just didn't want to watch it anymore. I just didn't feel like it. Doing.
But Lower Deck season 5 was good, and
Discovery season
I'm sorry
5
to
too.
say. I'm sorry to say this out loud. Yeah, you said it before I did. Season 5 of Discovery was good.
Mm-hmm.
I'm rewatching it. That's weird for New Trek. And I also did
Maybe you're gonna have
rewatch
to watch
the
it now.
smash hit version.
Yeah.
Where they
The smash
smashed
They smashed the
two ships
starships
into the planet.
into a planet. Exactly. Yep.
Mr. Loser, are you
And-
telling me to watch
Dumbest
Lower
thing
Decks
from
season
season
5? Or
five.
not Lower Decks. Are you telling me to watch Discovery season 5 now?
Season 5. That's
There's worse Trek out there.
Oh,
Yeah,
by
the-
far.
No, okay.
yeah.
And
Discovery
I'm gonna have to
seasons 1
watch
through
it.
4 are the worst.
You made me do it.
Picard
You made
season
me
1
do
and
it.
2
Now
are
I'm gonna have
terrible.
to watch it.
Season 5
Yeah.
is okay.
And Maul and Locke are really what do it for me, right?
Oh, yeah.
Those two.
Those
And
were
Rain,
great
Malalock and
characters.
Rainer
And-
were great
and
I'm gonna have
characters.
to watch it.
These are like
3 new
anti-heroes,
characters.
right? Where 2 are
I'm gonna have to
anti-heroes
watch it.
and 1 is a new Starfleet character, but yeah, they're really good. They
3 new
make the show.
characters. Yeah, they made that season.
They got Saru out of
Well-
the way, and they put they put what's her name a little bit, Michael a little bit less in
Well-
the center of things.
Thanks to you
Yeah.
guys, now I have a bunch of hours to wade through, and now I will have to watch it because I do take your opinions, and now I'm gonna have to watch Discovery season 4 and 5. Thank you.
Just 5.
You don't have to.
Just 5.
Just 5.
Just
You can
5.
skip,
4.
skip 1 through 4. You're not missing anything at all.
Yeah,
Well, I've seen.
if you do that, you'll gouge your eyes out by season 2.
Right. Exactly.
No, I.
Oh my
That's what
god,
Romulan
seasons
did.
3 and 4.
We talked about
It's-
this. Oh, go ahead.
Especially
Sorry.
3.
I was gonna say it's so bad that you could disembowel yourself and play jump rope with your intestines in excruciating pain, and it'll be much better than watching seasons 1 through 4 of
I mean,
Discovery. telling you.
considering I have IBS, that doesn't sound very nice.
It's not, but it's better than Discovery seasons 1 through 4.
But no, we had talked about this last week. I think I had seen episodes. I think I've seen episodes 1 through, or not seasons 1 through 3. And I think I didn't get. I think I stopped at season 3, and I stopped at the episode.
bad.
I stopped. I stopped at this. The one I stopped at watching was the one where I think I said this last week, where the kid, not the kid, but the guy screamed and
The burn.
the burn, and he screamed
He
and it
cried,
destroyed all the
trillions
lithium.
died. That's
Yeah.
he cried, trillions died. Oh my
Joke.
god!
What season?
What a joke.
What episode? What season was that?
That's 3, I think.
Three.
Season 3.
That's 3.
The end of
9
3.
or 10 or something. It was toward the end.
That's
of 3.
all of 3.
Okay.
And then 4 was the
the
C10. What was the bad guy called?
4 was
10C?
okay, but
10C,
I really,
yeah,
10C. 4 was okay, but
Yeah.
I do not recommend it. I mean, that's the I'm sorry to say this bluntly. That's the everybody's gay season.
Oh yeah, they got the trill and the
Pretty
whole thing
much,
with that.
pretty
Yeah,
much.
that's true.
Yeah.
Everybody's gay. Yeah. Even the villain towards the end, he's like,
yeah.
"Oh, I loved him. I
The
loved him.
Rising-
Why does
the
he
Rising
have
guy?
to be gay?"
At least from Ryza, I guess that they do what they want. But
He was the Mirror Rising.
Mirror Rising, yes.
He was
So
from,
just
he was
to
in
make
the
this-
Mirror universe.
So just to
Carl.
be clear, the last episode or the last season I saw then was the end of season 3.
3, yeah,
Oh,
close to the
man.
end of season 3 is where they revealed that.
Well, okay,
That's
so
where-
I got 2 whole seasons to watch then.
Yeah,
You can
that's where they
skip
forced
4.
you to cry at every.
skip it.
4.
But
Skip
can I
4.
really skip 4?
You can.
Yeah,
Yes,
you
absolutely.
can.
Yeah.
Nothing
it
there
has
but pain and
very
misery.
Very little
It means nothing.
bearing on season
yeah.
5.
Nothing. Just let it go.
Okay.
Save
If
yourself
any.
save yourself the anguish. Just let it go. Yeah.
It's like the past. Let it die.
Just let it
Well,
die.
Squirrel
Let them die, Jim.
Squirrel
I like-
Girl stopped in what? What Squirrel Girl? What did you stop in? Season 1? She stopped in season 1.
Good. She's better. She's better.
I like
She's
the
looking at it, the
premise.
2 of you.
I like the premise of season 4, but they could have done it in probably 3 or 4 episodes instead of 10 or whatever it was.
Star Trek is stuck in
Yeah.
a time dilation episode. What was that? And we're all. What did you say, Buzz? Squirrel Girl? Star Trek is stuck in a time dilation
At
episode.
Enterprise, nothing after this.
Oh, and nothing after this. Okay,
Right.
yeah.
Right. Yeah. So, Professor, you've given up on Strange New Worlds too, or no? I mean, I know John. We know
Yes.
he's
Yes.
tapped out. So we get
Yes.
this straight. You suffered through 5 seasons of Discovery, right?
Yes.
And you suffered through. Well, I wouldn't say suffered, but you've endured what 2 seasons of Strange New Worlds, and now it's finally getting good. You're like, nah, I'm going to tap out. I'm done. I'm not watching.
I'm
it.
There's
done.
no good.
I'm
I'm
done.
done.
There's no good. There is no good. When it comes to Strange New Worlds, I'm gonna get, yeah. When it comes to
It
Strange New Worlds, I'm going to get biblical.
Good.
Absolutely destroys. I'm going to get biblical on Strange New Worlds. There is none good. No, not one stinking episode of that show that is good.
That's ain't good. But there's glimmers of hope. There's a little bit of
There is not.
moments. There's moments.
It utterly
And they're saying
destroys TOS, TAS, TNG, DS9, Voyager, Enterprise, Columbia United,
all of the movies.
You don't want to watch Pike become a
It destroys
Vulcan? I mean,
everything.
you don't want to see that?
And it's going to get worse. I hear that season 3 is the wokest season they've ever put to film.
Oh, really? Okay. Oh no.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh no! Oh no!
It's going to get much worse. I am dreading
Squirrel Girl
my hate watch of this show.
She won't even watch it with me. Squirrel Girl's tuned out long before I have.
Squirrel Girl is smart. She's gonna.
Smart.
She's
Yep.
singing. She is
smart.
definitely singing the song that John is singing. I will not watch it. No, not one episode. I do not like green eggs in SNW. I do not like them. Say my hand.
Yeah, she doesn't take it. She doesn't. She has a very. She's very open to things, but she also has a very limited, patience upon or towards things that are obviously not in her wheelhouse, so to speak.
But if everyone watches it, we can all hate it together.
Oh, I can hate it without watching it.
I like.
Precisely, John.
We can
Precisely.
eviscerate it. We can totally eviscerate it together. We can.
I like watching things I don't like. I know
Right.
that sounds really bad, but I do. I actually like watching things I don't like. I know that sounds counterintuitive and wrong, but I actually do.
Because there'll be a time where there's no more Trek. There'll be a dark period again. There'll be no movies,
It's
no
coming.
TV shows.
It's
Definitely right around the corner.
It
Well,
needs it.
Not according to the press release from Paramount, but I mean,
No.
Yeah.
Because the whole. I called it. I'm gonna say right now. I called it. Just like I called Sherry Redstone. I called this. when they came out with all these press releases that Skydance was going to redo Star Trek and
Right.
completely wipe it from scratch and do it all this, they didn't do nothing.
Nope.
It's still going to go on the way it is. I told you.
Well,
Starfleet Academy?
They haven't
Well,
completed
yeah, that's
that
all we have
deal,
to look
have they?
forward to.
We got Starfleet Academy season 3. 3.
That's crazy.
Not a single minute of
That's
season 1 has
crazy.
aired.
That's
3.
crazy. That's crazy.
Strange New World season 5 has been greenlit.
5.
Wait, Strange New World season 5 is on the go?
Yes.
I haven't heard that.
Oh wow!
You're like Fleischer counting counts. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, 5.
But 5.
This is not Star Trek. I'm going to have you sign an affidavit promising me you're not going to watch this new Trek stuff. And if you do, I will have a hearing. I will have a contempt hearing, and you are facing a $500 fine and 30 days in jail every time you watch Star Trek.
There are 4 tracks.
Yes, that too.
4 tracks.
When Fleischer counts the new charges these people have, he goes, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5.
5.
Yeah.
Oh,
and you're
man.
acting like a barnyard animal out here watching all this filth.
Star Trek used to be a platform for discussion of important issues. It just doesn't seem like Star Trek anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't.
Yeah.
It's all it's in my opinion. Here's my opinion, and I can make it real short in less than 5 seconds. It's not about discussion. It's about ham-fisting things. That's it.
Yep. Oh, let's have a transgender discussion and have a transgender pirate captain talk about Spock being stuck in his identity.
Oh, God.
Yeah, I agree. Squirrel Girl's right on the mark. No bloody A, B, C.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. Squirrel Girl's, you're right, Squirrel Girl,
And you know what? You know what pissed me off about that episode too? The pirate episode was that Serene Squall. By the way, yes, I remember the name of that episode. Anyway, I remember Trek movie. All of the tools on Trek movie were going, this is so cutting edge. We've never had this discussion before. This is what Star Trek is all about. Did you not see The Outcast from TNG?
No, they forgot about that. That's old news. And you can even talk about what was it, Jadzia Dax, right?
I was just going to say that. Did you not? Yeah.
Right.
Did you not see Rejoined from DS9?
Did you?
Did you not see Let This Be Your Last Battlefield in TOS?
Yeah.
Yes, I'm saying that on purpose.
They try to. I hate saying this, and it's not about political or what do you controversial issues, but so many people they try to say like what is it? Jadzia and Ezri are trans, and listen, I don't want to get into
Strange
the whole
New Worlds is
discussion
trying to
about
say that. Discovery.
Yeah.
No, Discovery. I'm sorry. Discovery's trying to say that. Not Strange New Worlds. Discovery's trying to say that.
That's not.
No.
That's never what it was supposed to be. If you
nonsense.
you had paid attention, not you personally, but like anyone else, had paid attention to, especially the episode. Remember where they removed the guy came in and he wanted to steal the symbiote, right?
Yes. Invasive procedures.
Yes, invasive procedures. If you had watched any of that and the episode with the makeout scene,
the only time I like Susanna Thompson.
you know what I'm talking about, though, right?
Rejoined. Yep.
Rejoined.
Yeah, rejoined. Yeah. If you had seen, not you, but if anyone had watched that, and you in general, had anyone had seen that, they would notice that it's not about a person becoming a different sex or gender. It's about memories and feelings.
Yeah.
Has nothing to do with.
They twisted the idea of a trill, right? Of a joined trill, a symbiont and a host, into a gender fluid, right kind of thing, and that's I know what you're saying.
I believe that the new Trek, with Discovery, they totally changed. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, and I know I'm kind of going off the wall in politics and whatever, but in my opinion, with the new Trek, the way they dealt with the symbiotes and stuff, they really um disregarded what it really meant to be the symbiote. You know what I mean? They abused it. They didn't. That's not what it meant at
Yeah.
all.
No, you're right. Yeah.
I remember on Trek Web way back when Rejoin was about to air, they were saying, the writers even said, this is not about homosexuality. The Dax symbiont is a male symbiont and the other symbiont is a female symbiont. But what if both hosts were female? That's the ad. That's what we were addressing in that episode. It wasn't even a homosexual thing.
Well, is it?
It was a
male and
heterosexual
female
relationship between aliens.
But are you saying the symbionts have gender? I thought it was when Khan and Dax were married that Dax happened to be the male and Khan happened to be a female at that time. But I didn't think the symbionts had a gender because Dax's first host was a female.
The writers were saying that the symbionts had gender.
I didn't get that. I didn't get that from the. You could be right. I didn't pick it up from the episode. I didn't see that.
No, it was it was an interview with. I'm sorry, Planet X. It was an interview with the writers on Trek. Or it was the interview that the writers were giving to Trek Web.
Because they did a lot of explaining of the symbiont lore and culture and the Trill culture. They never said this symbiont is a male or it's a he and this is a she. It's always Dax or it's Khan or it's this or it's that. Like it's.
Well, no, I guess my point is it doesn't matter. Like, okay, so this symbiont has. Well, yeah. Well, I guess my point is that it doesn't matter if the symbiont has male feelings or female feelings and all this stuff. The point is, Jadzia, right, the new host, she knows she's a female, right? And so if she had male feelings for a male or feelings for a female, the point is it doesn't change what she is physically.
Right.
Like like she can have all these weird feelings, or obviously she's confused and they have to go through the whole process which they elaborate on, in the other episodes, right? With the, rejoining or joining the symbionts. But the whole point is there as confused as a person may be with all these feelings, right? There's no confusion as to I am in a female body. This is what I am.
I think it's safe to say that I'll give them a little bit of credit for thinking this way. It's probably their relationships are probably the Trill. I mean, joint Trill are probably pretty complex.
Yeah,
because they have experiences as a female and as a male, right? Because they're in different hosts. That at least they open that door. Because I mean, they didn't really open that door during normal Trek, DS9 and TNG and Voyager, but it's interesting to have that door opened a little bit, not thrown in our face like they did on Discovery, but they can at least open the door and say, you know what, they do have relationships, but they're a little bit different than you think. It's not just I'm a male, so now I date a female, and it's a little bit more, complicated, complex.
And not to sound weird, but not to sound weird, but it's just like, okay, I had a form of symbiote that had male genitalia. And now, personally, I have female genitalia, but that doesn't confuse me as to what I am. It just confuses me as to how I should feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a good throwaway line in Way of the Warrior. Yeah. There's a good throwaway line in Way of the Warrior when Jadzia is running her exercise program with Worf, twirling her batleth around, and she goes, hope you're not being easy on me just because I'm a woman. If it makes things easier, just think of me as a man. I've been one several times,
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
And then Worf proceeds to beat the crap out of him.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I could be wrong about everything. I don't know.
No, it's interesting. It's just I guess we feel betrayed because they corrupted. So they spent a lot of time crafting the Trill culture in DS9. A lot of time. Okay, multiple episodes.
They did get the
corrupted.
Planet right in terms of the way.
That's true. The pools look good. Yeah, the underground stuff did look nice. Yeah, they did. They look pretty good. But anyway, they corrupted it a bit.
I'm off to bed. I'll talk to you guys a couple decades.
Oh,
All right.
Mercer, you leaving us?
Have a good decade.
Good night,
right.
Mercer.
See you Monday night, 7:00.
Yep, talk to you later. Yeah, I look forward
Mercer,
Have a good night.
yeah, watch
All
watch
right,
your messages. I'm going to talk to you about I'm going to be watching Andor. Got to watch your messages.
Yeah, I'll definitely look for that. Yeah, wait till you get to the last arc, man. Oh my gosh. It just
I know, Mercer. I know that you're a huge fan. I love it. I like it too, man.
can't wait to talk about it. But we can't talk about it here because no one's watched it.
We'll talk about it though, buddy.
Yeah,
You
definitely.
and me.
All right, definitely.
All right.
All right, I'll see you guys later.
Gregory
All right,
says
later.
Dr. Crush had
So,
sex
well-
with a space ghost. Of course, she could be
Yep.
weird. Does she mean the candle? Does she mean
The candle, the
Ronan?
sex candle,
Okay,
yeah,
gotcha,
Roman.
sex candle, Ronan, yeah.
It's a catalyst.
Do not light the candle.
Didn't like the
Do
candle.
not light the candle. It's a catalyst.
Okay, so let's circle back real quick to Discovery since we've been talking about it. The brain. The biggest controversy that everybody could think of because they couldn't think of anything bad to say. Oh, well, one of them is a Breen. Okay, well, how come they have a blood oath when they don't have blood?
Well, that's a rumor.
Mr.
That's
Loser, we were talking about this last week, and I absolutely agree with you. It's just completely ridiculous, but
It's the stupidest argument ever. Like, oh, it sucks because they say blood oath and they don't have blood. Well, the North Koreans don't have a word for taxi.
the only Mr. Loser,
But there are taxis in North Korea.
Mr. Loser, the only way I was able to enjoy Strange New Worlds with the Gorn, right, was if I just basically just say, okay, it's just a different species, and I know it's not.
Yeah,
I mean, we've talked about that, but I don't have a problem with them being the Gorn, but everyone else seems to. So
I do, because well, every Trek fan should have a problem with the Gorn. Let's rewatch Arena. Who
you
are
can
they?
watch it from a certain point of view, as Obi-Wan would say.
Oh my goodness.
Okay.
Yeah, and I know Professor Brainy Specs is going to be like, "What the hell are you? You know what? Just stop."
Yeah, because Jeff,
I get
Jeff,
it.
I think agrees with me on this point that they don't belong at all because
don't.
Arena
No, they
destroys
don't.
all of it. Arena
Wait,
just
Arena?
takes a
Combat with
jump.
a species apparently called the Gorn.
Which
Should've
episode is
known.
Arena? I'm sorry. Can you? Which episode is Arena?
The one with the Gorn.
Oh, with
The one with the Gorn.
you know, yeah,
The rubber monster Gorn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where Kirk
Kirk
fought.
fights the Gorn on the planetoid.
Yeah. Yeah, where Kirk
Metrons
fought
set it
against the
all
Gorn, right? Where Kirk fought against the Gorn for the first time in his life, yet he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with them on the Enterprise a decade before.
All right. Let me at least ask this: on Cestus 3, they didn't get a good look at them. Can you at least concede that? Can you concede that point? They didn't get a good look at the Gorn on that mountain ridge.
That's
or
a
whatever.
stretch.
But they didn't
But
see
that's a
them.
stretch.
But they didn't see him. They couldn't ID
They
him.
should have recognized. They
There was
would have recognized the weapon signature.
Okay.
The Enterprise took 1,001 scans during Strange New Worlds. It should still be in their memory banks. They should have recognized the weapon signature.
But there was massive interference due to the weapons, right? There was jamming signals and interference and all kinds of stuff. So
Still, they could have figured this out. Oh, well, these weapon signatures. Oh, there's a lot of jamming. Oh, this looks familiar. Look it up in the LCARs. The Gorn.
The LCARs.
Yeah.
But so
just bring up Linux.
Linux,
Linux,
right? It is Linux. Is great.
Fire up the old Linux box. Run
Linux
Ubuntu.
cards.
Run your NeoFetch.
Duotronic, not isolinear, right? But then they were chasing the ship, and they couldn't get a good idea on the ship because they were chasing it through space, right? And for some reason, they still couldn't get it. They left Cestus 3. They're going into Metron territory. They couldn't get a good read on it. Can you at least concede that?
So, you are proving the point.
You
What's
are
that?
proving the point. You know that, right?
How's that? No, explain to me.
There should be no mystery. If this is the prime timeline, there should be no mystery. The Enterprise,
they
yes,
encounter-
everything you are saying is true.
Okay.
If they
Everything you were
encountered
saying about
Gorn
Arena is
before,
true.
They should have known it as they were chasing.
Thank you.
Okay, but there was interference, a jamming signal.
Yeah,
Let's
fair
just
enough.
say their sensors were damaged. Who knows? They
You
couldn't
can
get
still
a
get a
clean.
good.
They
You can
couldn't
get
get a
his
good read
power
on it.
signature reading on that. You can get a power signature
What if
reading on
there's
that.
some
They do it all the time
cloaking
in Trek.
technology or something? They had the Gorn are being
Wow.
evasive, stealth technology, whatever you want to call it.
When they were still on Cestus 3,
Okay.
Spock scanned them and said he could tell that they were cold-blooded.
True, but they're not the only cold-blooded species in the quadrant either, right? I mean,
Okay, so
but
let
I
me ask you
understand what you're
this:
saying.
Could've-
That's a good point,
He
though.
should have known about the Gorn, though. I mean, come on.
He should have.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Let me ask you this. I'm going to throw the ball
Yeah.
back in your court. So Spock
Okay.
does say that it appears that the life forms are cold-blooded.
Fine.
What's the only cold-blooded species that they should have known about up until then was not the Gorn, it was the Xindi.
The Xindi reptilians.
Could he have thought that it was Xindi?
No. What about the Zerillians too? Aren't they cold-blooded or no?
The only hostile species they've met that was cold-blooded was the Xindi.
It was
And the
Xindi.
Xindi has the Xindi have a historical pattern of, well, at least the reptilians, of hating humans.
So it could have been the Xindi reptilians at that point. They could have suspected them if they couldn't get a good reading of it, right? Okay. I mean, it's possible.
Right, they could have suspected the Xindi. But they didn't suspect the Gorn because they didn't hear about the Gorn. They've never heard of the Gorn.
Okay, so if you at least give me at least the first 2 points, that they couldn't get a good reading on Cestus 3, they couldn't get him in space, just at least give me that. But then when they get to the planet, this is where it falls apart. And I'm going to agree with all of you at this point. You're right. Kirk should have been able to recognize the creature. He's seen the Gorn before. But if you could stretch his captain's log a little bit, like he's trying to describe them, and maybe he's trying to just give good intelligence. I don't know. You got to stretch your imagination a little bit to make that fit. You know, but I'm telling you,
You shouldn't have to.
I know you shouldn't have to. I get it. Just like
He had to be
shouldn't-
told what they are called.
Well, the Metrons told him, right? Or no? Who told him? What okay,
the Metrons.
Yeah,
The Metron told him.
the
That it was
Metron.
the Gorn.
The Gorn vessel, right? Yeah, and then when he starts describing the creature in his translator thing or his recording device, right? That's I know what you're saying.
Yeah, and all of
that's
all
where
of
it goes
Strange
off the
New Worlds
rails.
falls apart.
That's where it goes off the
Strange
rails.
New
a little
Worlds
bit.
falls apart right there.
But if you can at least let your imagination kind of trick you that okay, they couldn't get a good reading on Cestus 3, they couldn't
Why?
ID him in space.
Why?
Because
it doesn't work. It doesn't
works.
work.
It almost works. If you just change a few lines of Captain Kirk's captain's log, saying
Okay, so
this is the Gorn.
Let's do this. Let's do this. Let's sit somebody down and watch all of season 3 of Enterprise, and then show them Arena. Who are they going to think are the cold-blooded aliens attacking the outpost?
The Gorn, because I saw him in Mirror Darkly, right?
You mean season 4 of Enterprise?
I said season 3 of Enterprise, not season 4. I said season 3.
Oh, you're saying it's the Xindi.
And even with season 4 of Enterprise, even with it, they're not going to. The average viewer is not who's never seen it before is not going to put it two and two together.
Mm-hmm.
They've seen an entire season of the Xindi reptilians being
True.
scumbags,
Kicking ass. Yeah, it's true. They were. Yeah, you're right. They were very hostile.
Right.
And,
yeah, and they're not going to go and watch Arena and think, okay, maybe it's that CG alien from that one episode in season 4. They're going to think the Xindi.
True, because even in Twilight, we talked about earlier that episode, the Xindi reptilians are the ones that found them in the SETI Alpha system, deep in the Alpha Quadrant, right? So, that's true. That's very true.
Yep. They're not going to. Yeah, and knowing that, they're going to look at Strange New Worlds after seeing all of that and go, "What the crap am I watching? What is this? This doesn't make sense."
I know. Look at all this controversy they created. They could have just made a whole new species and avoided all this controversy, right? All of it.
You know what, guys? I missed a lot of this, and can I just add? Can I just say add one thing?
Go for it.
You guys know way more, and I'm trying to follow along, and I do know most. I kind of miss some of the episodes and some of the finer details. I haven't seen TOS in. It's been a while since I've done it. Me and Squirrel Girl did a rewatch of TOS, a couple of years ago. She's nodding at me. And, but all I have to say is I have two points. Okay? First point, why can't, we should just separate. We should just imagine the Gorn in Strange New Worlds is a completely different entity. And number two, why can't they just come up with their own damn new aliens? And that's
Right.
what Squirrel Girl's nodding at me. Just
Yeah.
come up with your own. Come up. You know, where has creativity gone? Is it missing? Can we not be creative anymore?
But maybe they think they're tying the series together by doing this. They think they're
They're
inviting the old
separating
fans
the
in.
series.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
know.
we already have crossover characters that do that just as well as saying, "Oh, let's
Pick
rehash an alien
one.
that appeared for 15 minutes in a rubber suit."
Pick one. Pick one. I want to talk about these aliens, so I should go along with canon, or pick number two, I want to create something new. Can't you just pick one of those two things?
No, I know, and they shouldn't have chosen this time period either. Obviously, we know that. We know that this is. It's very
here's
hard to not corrupt
yeah.
the timeline being set in this
Well,
time period.
They should have done the Lost years, the Lost era period,
The
and
Rachel
they can
Garrett
still use the
years,
Gorn.
right? Yeah.
Yeah, you can still use the Gorn.
At that point,
You can
because
still have
they
this
know who
kind
they
of a
are.
story.
They know who they
Right.
are. Yeah, it's true.
Exactly.
What are the lost? I mean, are you talking about the lost era of Picard and being missing? Like,
No. Between what Star Trek 6 and TNG,
Between the first active
Farpoint.
between the first active generations
okay.
and TNG Farpoint.
I'm sorry, I missed. I'm sorry, I'm not following completely. My
Oh,
apologies.
that's true. It's true. The Enterprise B incident. Okay, yeah. So the first active generations to Farpoint.
Or would that be about 55 years?
Yeah, 60.
Roundabout, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
it said
50,
in Generations
60 years.
75 years later, and that was 7 seasons in.
8
So
years
75 minus 7 would be, what is that, 60?
78, 78.
Oh, 78 years later. I'm sorry. You're right. So
About 70 years.
70 or 71 years.
Sorry,
apart.
timeline guy here.
No, you're right. You did you did do the timeline. That is you.
I get so upset with, not upset, but like I guess upset isn't the right word, but just saddened when like people want to have their cake and eat it too. You know, like when they want to harken back and then not steal, I don't know if steal is the right word, but like take something of old because they think it will, like, you know, it will drive interest. But at the same time, they can't come up with their own new ideas.
Yeah, I know.
Well, everybody was clamoring for a Pike series, and that's why they went
Yes,
with
we
this.
were. But and what did we get? We got a Pike flavored turd. And
you know,
so I'm kind of glad that we're not getting Star Trek Legacy. I'm kind of glad we're not, because Terry Matalas would not be rehired to make it, and Akiva Goldsman would smear his diarrhea all over it.
Yeah, he'd ruin it. He'd ruin it.
Who?
Terry Matalas did Picard season 3. He was the showrunner, and he
Okay.
did he paid a lot of respect to canon, and tried to repair a lot of damage that was done. And he could have been making another show called Star Trek Legacy. They were talking about it, where Captain Seven is in charge of the Enterprise.
Yeah.
And
G,
the crew, the G, right, and everyone else. But Akiva Goldsman and Kurtzman, they go, no, we're good. We're not going to do any of that. So he left and went to go work for Marvel now, and that's what he's doing.
Oh wow! Okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
And yeah, Terry Matalas is a TV guy.
He worked on Enterprise too, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He cut his teeth in television. So the whole thing about there's too much fan service and stuff. Okay, I get it if you're looking at it from a different point of view, but I'm looking at it as this guy is a television guy. The only way to really close and end TNG is to do the way he did it.
Yeah.
It wasn't universally accepted. I loved it. But at the same time, it's like, that's how you do it.
And it was the only time compared to seasons 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
He did he was a magician when it came to that.
I just wish they left the Borg out of it. Like the shapeshifters seem more threatening to me than the Borg were at the end.
I don't.
No?
I'm actually glad that they did the Borg because they really needed to settle it with Picard.
But we've been through so many different variations of the Borg now. We got the Agnes Borg from one season ago, but that didn't happen. Like that's the whole Agnes, the Agnes Borg Queen, where she had a whole new collective. Agnes,
and the Borg
Jeopnerdy.
in season 1 all over the place. Yeah,
all over the place. Right? They had the XBs and the Cube and all that. It's just they were all over the place. It was too much. Almost.
Michael Chabon wrote them into a hole.
Yeah.
And the only way to get out of that hole was to do what Terry Matalas did. It delivered on everything that I was looking for in a revival. But I know a lot of people now disagree with people that were once saying, "Oh, this was the greatest Trek on Earth," are now saying that it's absolutely terrible on the rewatch. Okay, I get it, but it's the only way. When you're trying to clean up poop, it's going to stink. And when you finish cleaning, the smell might still linger. Right? So even though it's clean and it looks good, that smell is still lingering. I get it.
Yeah.
But it's not, but that's the hand you're dealt. And Matalas did a wonderful, wonderful job.
No, he did okay.
I'm sorry to say, people that hate it now, Matalas was great. I want him to take over Strange New Worlds. You don't have to give him legacy, but he would hit the floor. Right. He would hit the floor running.
You know what he would do? He would dovetail right into TOS. He would end it right before Where No Man Has Gone Before, or something like that. He would tie it up perfectly. He would
course correct.
Yeah,
like
I can see
never
that.
before.
I can see
and
that.
he would use, and since Akiva Goldsman's introducing Trelane this season, if he were to write season 4 and season 5, Matalas would have been like, okay, so this is bull. Let's end this. Trelane's going to snap his fingers. Okay, and he's a Constitution class man, so I don't know his
because you saw the USS New Jersey. You saw the New Jersey in Picard season 3. Yep.
And the Enterprise A. So we know where he stands on that. That ship is going back to the Jeffries.
Enterprise A, the Yorktown?
Well, people suspect that.
That's a whole nother video that we've been trying to make. That's a whole, that took 3 after shows to talk about that theory.
Yeah.
Wait, Mr. Loser, do you have a YouTube channel?
Oh, yeah, I did.
Tokyo?
Yeah, Tokyo. Yeah, I did, but we don't do video. I don't do videos on that anymore.
Select few.
Oh, okay.
Every now and again.
I just have to say one thing about I just gotta say one thing about Lower Decks. Can I? Okay.
Go ahead.
Floor's yours.
Lower Decks is, in my opinion, I know that a lot of people, Professor, we've already talked about this even before I joined the streams and started talking. You, when I would just comment, on via text, you were like, no, and I know you would disagree with me on this, and that's fine.
We can disagree and still
be friends.
Get along.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh
yeah.
That was the story of me and Jeff too. We disagreed on a lot of things. We're still friends, right, Jeff?
Absolutely.
But my opinion of Lower Decks is it is one of the greatest Star Trek series ever made.
The bestest ever.
Not because it presents something. Well, no, I shouldn't say that. It does present something new, but it's you can tell. This is the thing. When I watch Lower Decks, I can tell that the people that were writing it have an utter appreciation for Star Trek, and if you look at Lower Decks and think of it as making fun of it, then I think that you're missing out, because it is literally a love letter. And that's a cliche term to use. I get it, but it's a love letter to Star Trek. You can tell that the people that write, yes, the people are Squirrel Girl's motioning to me. She can tell that the people that are writing Lower Decks are picking out all of their favorite parts about Star Trek because they love it so much. And that's why I like it, because it's literally just it's literally uh, basically just someone saying how much I love Star Trek, and I'm going to make a comedy, but I love it so much, we're just going to do this. And that, to me, that's what it is.
It's
Okay,
still not
that's
canon,
it.
but yeah, it's still not canon. But anyway,
Well, so wait,
it's a damn no canon show.
Is it
That's
not
my
canon?
that's my.
It's technically it is
No,
canon.
It is
But I
technically
mean, a
canon.
lot of people
technically,
don't.
yeah. But
Yeah,
Prodigy
the
too,
last
right?
season of Prodigy's a different timeline as far as I'm concerned, and it needs to be finished. It is incomplete
I
right
don't
now.
like Prodigy, but Prodigy is technically canon too.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
Prodigy is
I will.
good. I like
Prodigy's
Prodigy.
really good, but I will say this about Lower Decks in the last season. I mean, it's a little too late, I think, but they did go so far as to address all of our concerns about it. Because I guess Mike McMahon is listening to us. He's probably watching this because we said the same things, like the same criticisms. In fact, Jeff and I have been saying it too. How in all of creation, right, is Starfleet able to recruit such an incompetent crew of an incompetent ship? And Mike McMahon addressed that in one of the episodes where I think it was the last one in Captain Freeman's captain's log, where she's like, I know that Cerritos is a lot less formal than the Enterprise, but I have a different command style or something like that. She explained it. It was explained away. How Mariner knew all of this out of character knowledge. Okay, why are you reading my classified report pads, Beckett? Problem solved. Throwaway line.
Yeah, well, I just think
But
that
it's too little, too late.
It's like what we see in the Next Generation is, what are we seeing in the Next Generation? What are we seeing? The flagship, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
and yeah, that
why
was the
is it
line.
too
That was
hard?
what she said.
Yeah, why is it too hard to believe that other ships aren't maybe quite as well operating as the actual flagship of the Federation?
Well,
Is that hard? So hard to believe?
yes,
Right,
because
well, and-
we've seen so
Yeah,
many
go ahead.
other ships in the franchise before
This
Lower
is true,
Decks.
So
Yeah, that's
that
true.
means that
Okay, yep.
that means that Carol Freeman is just a crappy captain. I mean, we did see her get ripped apart by every single admiral that came on that ship. Every single admiral's like, "What are you doing? This ship sucks. This is not Starfleet protocol." Every admiral was saying that in that series. I kind of appreciated that. But
Squirrel
it
Girls-
should have been.
Oh, sorry.
What's that?
No, go ahead.
It should have been said early in the show, like season 1, where you see Mariner maybe going through her mom's pads even when they're fighting. Mom goes, "Stop reading my classified pads." Well, I didn't know this about Genesis. Genesis was classified.
Right.
Then the rest of the show is
Give me
believable.
Genesis.
Right. Then the rest of it's believable. I will be your Worf. You will be my Chadich. And it's like, how the heck does she know this? This isn't public.
Yeah.
Even in the U.S. military, these kinds of detailed logs are kept, but if they're classified or it's not common knowledge, it's not, taught in the Naval Academy. It's not taught in boot camp. It's
There's
just
a lot
not.
of liberties.
Knowledge.
There's a lot of liberties taken, but
Right.
like, to me, I try to power through that, and I don't know. I agree with everything you said. I do. I absolutely do. And to me, I just kind of try to power through it and just kind of, I don't know, take it for what it's worth. And there's so many callbacks and so many, I don't know. I guess I'm kind of an outlier, and I honestly think that Lower Decks has kind of a niche audience,
It probably does.
And that's probably why they didn't continue it. And I get that, and I just love it because I think I personally, it's not one of my favorite Star Trek shows of all time. It's literally one of my favorite television shows of all time. Like, I know that's hard to believe for a lot of people, but I do really like it that much.
I will give you this. Lower Decks has visually the style of TNG DS9 Voyager, and I like that about Lower Decks. The rest of it,
the substance, it's flush it down the toilet.
Yeah, it's just not good. The jokes don't land for me.
Right.
I can't believe these Lower Decks characters are having all these adventures like that. Mariner should not know everything that she knows.
She knows everything, and so
she should have been kicked out of the service a long time ago. I don't care if she's the daughter of a captain. That ship should not.
I agree with all that.
Has just misfits. I mean, you wouldn't find that.
Go ahead. Sorry.
You just wouldn't find that in Starfleet. They're just not professional.
And I agree. I agree literally with all of that. Sorry. Go ahead.
Hey, Orville.
I prefer to think of Lower Decks as not canon, but as kind of like a commentary or a love letter to Trek. I don't think it belongs anywhere in the timeline. It doesn't fit anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And the substance is too unbelievable to fit in the rest of Star Trek canon. That being said, when they start poking fun at all the tropes and things like that we've loved for the last 50 some odd years, it serves its purpose, but it's not Star Trek. Not the Star Trek that we would come to enjoy. It's a parody of Star Trek called Star Trek.
I know.
Mm-hmm.
And that's all it is. It's take that away, or take away that from canon. Think about it like that, and Lower Decks is halfway enjoyable, including the Mogatu sex scene.
The Mogatu, Morgatu.
He likes to watch. That's disgusting. He's stroking his horn.
That was a bit too far.
That was just
the holodeck scene with the orgy.
Oh, that was terrible.
Oh, that was horrible.
That was
horrendous.
That was terrible.
That was uncalled for.
Yeah, it was uncalled for. I agree. I absolutely, Professor, I absolutely agree with you. That was totally uncalled for. I didn't even like that. But
Boimler being spread eagle, we did not need that.
No, we did not need that. I think they went too far with a lot of that. But honestly, I guess I don't know if I'm like. I don't know how to describe it. I'm not like, how what's the word for it? I'm not really conveying myself very well. But for whatever reason, I love Lower Decks so much because I believe it's just like, they are harkening back. It's like a love letter to Star Trek with every time I've watched Lower Decks, I literally have watched Lower Decks from start to finish, for probably a half a dozen times, if not more, right? Because I own all the DVDs, right? All the Blu-rays. And every time I watch the series again, I pick up something new, a reference, you know what I mean? A reference to, whatever. And I love it because of that. And I do power through the fact that a lot of times there are, it's very uncalled for, inappropriate, and kind of stupid. I get that. I do agree with that. But man, I love it so much. It's literally one of my favorite shows. Honestly, it's literally one of my favorite shows of all time. Like, not just Star Trek, like I said, of all time. I love it that much. I don't know.
I'm glad you do, and I'm envious that you like it so much. I wish I could like it like that, but it's just not. It's not for me.
There is one joke that I keep playing over and over and over again when I'm watching season 4, and that is when they're on the bridge. Nick Locarno's making his threats, and what's his name looks over and goes, "He looks like Tom Paris," and Boimler's like, "I don't see it.
I don't see it."
And then they break again. He calls back, and he's like, They look similar. They literally have the same face. No, I just
They
don't
have
see
the
it.
same face. I just don't see it. I love it.
They have the same face. They're identical.
They're
I just don't
identical.
see it.
That's one of the few jokes that I laughed at.
That's
I
one
love
of the few
it.
jokes I replay over and over and over.
You know, not everyone can love the same things. It's fine. I
He
get
looks
it.
like Tom Paris.
It's
Same face. They're identical.
so great
No,
to
I just
me.
don't see it.
I'll stop ranting about. I'll stop ranting
It's
about
fine.
Vortex.
It's fine. It's
And-
fine.
Starfleet Academy's coming up, and sometime this year, and the Doctor's going to be in it.
Don't remind me.
Are the Borg camping in the joined
Where'd
Borg
Omni go?
continuum?
Omni?
Omni
Maybe
is
disruption to his
gone.
vinculum.
Vinculum is being disrupted. There's an artificial pathogen that's been introduced. Yes. Well, no.
Welcome back, Omni.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes.
Buzz, are the Borg? What was the question you asked?
Well, what I was saying is that since you all like Prodigy, you all meaning Jeff and John and others, and Janeway was in it, Chakotay and others. Maybe you give Starfleet Academy a chance. See what happens. The Doctor's going to be in it.
Let me give you my quote from Wafo. One of my favorite quotes ever from Star Trek Insurrection. That's it. No! With the blood trickling down my head. No!
No!
Do you really think a series with Tilly is going to be any good?
I don't think she's featured as much as you think. I'm being dead serious. I'm being 1,000% serious right now. From what I'm reading, she's not as featured as you think. She's not the main character. Not by far.
She's like the common. She's. Oh no. They've got all.
She's going to
these,
be in it. She's going to. There's a villain
planet.
too. There's a villain. There's some
Yeah,
kind of story that
Bulging body.
happens. Right. The Doctor's in it. So
You're funny.
listen. What if? What if? Would you give it a chance? They can't destroy.
Negative.
They can't destroy the. Hold on. They can't destroy the timeline anymore.
Oh, sure they can.
How? They're in the 29th
Oh, yeah, they can.
century or
They'll
31st
find a way.
century. What the hell they are? 31st, 32nd? What the hell? They can't mess it up, right?
They'll
Captain
find a
Kirk
way.
took place in
They'll
the
find a
24th
way.
century. Yeah, game over.
Believe me, if there's a way, they will find it.
They'll find a way to do it. Okay.
They didn't find it, and they will have a weapon of unlimited power. No, Lursa, I have the weapon. If you ever want me to give it to you, I'd advise you to be a little more careful in the future. We just want some good Trek. Perhaps we are tired of waiting for good Trek.
It could be here. It could be coming. You don't know. You just don't know.
Without proper research, the development is worthless, as are your plans to reconquer the Star Trek continuum.
Dr. Soren.
Set the course for suckitude. Maximum warp. Vostota.
Viridian.
Suckitude. Suckitude.
I have a question.
Yes, Planet X.
I have a question.
ahead.
What did you guys think of the integration of data and lore in Picard season 3? Because I have mixed feelings.
Plot armor. Well, not just plot armor, but just a way to have Data come back as an old man to undo his sacrifice from Star Trek Nemesis. But you
But they
can't
could have
have
done
a
that without
reunion.
lore.
It's a reunion show, not just for the cast, but for the characters. So you kinda have no choice.
But they could have just said, we copied it from B4's brain. Here's data. They didn't need to have lore in there, mixed up in the same head. I know what he's saying. Like, there's no need for it to be there. It doesn't do anything for the story. It creates a
But
little
they
bit
just-
of time for Brent Spiner to act with himself. But
You know what they
Squirrel
could have
Girl
done.
Oh, sorry. Go
You know
ahead.
what they could have done?
Sorry.
They could have hired the guy that played the Soong android in the first episode of season 5 of Discovery. Have him join the cast and crew and just do a Darth Vader on him. He says the lines, but in post, it's Brent Spiner's voice because he
That
looked
could
like
be.
Brent Spiner.
oh, I see what you're saying. Like a younger
He looked
Soong
like
type
Brent Spiner.
android. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
That's actually interesting.
They made
That would have
him
been cool.
look really like Brent Spiner.
Huh.
Yeah.
And then
yeah,
he could
there
have just
was some
VO'd his
semblance.
voice.
Squirrel Girl says Data is gone when B4 took over. What do you mean by that?
Well, I think in one of the books,
Data is dead?
No, I think in one of the books they copied Data copied his
One of the
memories to
comic books.
B4, right? And
Yeah.
then Data emerged as the personality in B4,
Yeah.
right?
In
Yeah.
Star Trek Countdown. Yeah, it was done in Star Trek Countdown, which was supposed to be canon, but forget about it. B4, his personality was taken over by Data, actually.
By Data.
Yeah.
And he commanded the Enterprise E, and the Enterprise E got severely damaged by the Romulan ship.
Squirrel Girl, you're saying that B4 Data is dead, and B4 is now the new. And now it's B4, so there should be a separate entry in the logs of the Star Trek Wikipedia, because his memories. And so okay, so I'm sorry, I'm Squirrel Girl doesn't want to. She's sitting right next to me. She doesn't want to join in on the conversation because she's kind of she's kind of shy. So I'm just speaking for her.
That's fine.
Well, that's why our cameras are off. We're all shy too.
Yeah, and that's why my camera's off. Yeah, but she is telling me right now that, and nod if I'm getting this wrong. But you're telling me that basically Data is dead, and now B4, it's only B4 that exists. So essentially, she's saying that Data is dead, and B4 in the new body, the new whatever it was, and how they tried in Star Trek Picard, they tried to say that they can reanimate Data through a couple of an atom, right?
What they call it, a neuron? Then they call it
a neuron, and they
neuron
can
or something. Yeah.
calculate everything, right? She's saying that Data is dead, and B4 should have his own entry into the Star Trek Wikipedia because Data's dead. That's B4 now. I kind of agree with her.
Okay, so I can settle this actually, and this is going to be my final point because I've got to go.
Settle it.
Settle it. So settle it right now.
Do it.
All right.
Settle it.
So assuming that we accept, which we kind of don't, but we accept Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2. All right. So B4 is sitting in pieces in Okinawa at the Daishim Institute. He's in pieces.
Okay. Fine.
Eric Soong, or I'm sorry, Alton Soong.
I don't know.
Alton Soong, and yeah, they're all Brent Spiner.
They're all Soongs. Yeah.
Yeah, they're all Soongs. And Maddox all had access to Data, who copied himself into B4. So all of what
Correct.
Data was at the point where he copied himself is sitting in B4. B4's neural net couldn't handle that complex of a program.
Mm-hmm.
So they had to take it out. Soong had access to that information through Jeopnerdy, right? So Data they were able to create other androids of Data, whether it's from a single neuron or a copy of his entire program. Now, Data is dead, but he died like 6 times.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
They've had problems replicating the android. I mean, except that colony. I guess they didn't have a problem replicating the androids there. But I mean, remember, even Data couldn't do anything with Lol, right? Data had a problem with that. Maddox couldn't do much.
They were all broken, though.
Like there was a time where Dr. Soong's work was so far ahead they couldn't replicate it. Now what? Soong's son has this planet where they can just make as many androids as they want. I mean,
and most of them are defective. Most of them are defective, but one can magically do a mind meld.
A mind meld, yeah.
Squirrel Girl's asking the real questions here.
What's that?
What's the next one?
No, she's just just
these are great questions. These are great topics.
Yeah, they are.
Indeed.
They're great. Keep them coming.
Yeah, she's really Squirrel Girl is one of these people that she doesn't always keep going with the conversation. She has a thought, and then she's like, I want to know the answer to this. You know what I mean? and and thank you, Mr. Loser, for explaining that, because
It's
that makes
Tokyo.
a lot of sense. What's that?
Well,
I'm
on
sorry.
the screen it says Mr. Loser, so I mean he is calling you by your proper name on
Yeah,
your screen.
what's your? I'm sorry. What's your actual name? I'm sorry.
Tokyo.
Oh,
Pataki.
you're Tokyo. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I was just calling you what I wasn't trying to be rude. I apologize.
I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm
No,
denigrating myself when I make these
no,
names.
I literally, I seriously do apologize. It was not me trying to be rude by any means whatsoever.
You don't have to. Don't apologize. That's cool, man. It's cool. No, I just denigrate myself when I make these
Yeah, well,
names.
I call myself Derp all the time. Usually, if I have a screen name of some sort, I just say Derp, and so people just call me Derp. So whatever. But yeah, no, I just I like Squirrel Girl, Measure of a Man. Okay, Squirrel Girl's now asking me, asking us Measure of a Man. What was here? So you're saying what? I'm sorry. Who's a person? She's asking me who's a person. What is a person? That's what she just asked me. I don't know if you could hear her.
One of the
Say it.
missions of Starfleet is to explore and
No.
discover new life. Well, there it sits.
Well, Star Trek used to handle that kind of question, like what is a person? But New Trek's not really interested in that type of question. In Picard, they had a perfect opportunity to just talk about this. Is this really Picard, or is this just a robot who has his memories? They never really did anything with it.
Yeah, and yeah, the biggest question that they ask in New Trek is, what is a woman?
Oh jeez. Oh,
with that, I'm gonna go.
Okay. On that bombshell.
Yep.
Thanks for that.
Mic drop. Combat's drop.
Squirrel Girl might have a say in that one.
We should hope so. We should hope
That's
so.
hilarious.
Anyway, I will
Take
talk
care.
to you guys later.
Tokyo, sayonara.
It's sayonara. Kupla!
Sayonara, kapla.
Take care, Tokyo.
Eric says, I can't believe they called Data a toaster. Yes, Captain Lavoie called Data a toaster. That's how much she thinks of him.
Yeah. Well, I think, I just have a question, and Squirrel Girl has not seen this, and I want her opinion on it, and maybe I'll show it to her later, but it was the scene where, Lore and Data, you guys probably all know exactly what I'm talking about. The scene where Data confronts Lore, and Lore is about to take over his personality, right?
Uh-huh.
At the Daystrom Institute.
Oh, you mean in Picard?
Yeah, in Star Trek Picard season 3.
Right, where they're having where the battle inside Data's head, basically, where they're trying to, which personality is going to be dominant.
Yes, and Data says essentially I think what they were trying to convey is love conquers all. I think that was what the message they were kind of trying to put out there.
Yeah, or good conquers evil, or something like that. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, it's same kind of idea. Again, I looking back, I don't think lore was necessary. I think they did it either for shock value or just for, I don't know, to stretch out an episode. He didn't need to be there. Data could have just been resurrected in a normal way in the new body. Everybody's happy to see him. They don't need to go through this whole struggle.
And I have one other bone to pick with Star Trek. As bad or good as you want to call Star Trek Picard, I have one other bone to pick with Star Trek Picard. And that is it when Data, when Picard, so this would be the end of season 2, I believe, or season 1. I don't even know at this point. It's remember when Picard enters into Data. It was when they get the very episode where they give Picard his new body.
That was the last episode of season 1, wasn't it?
Okay, yeah. Was it okay? So the last episode of season 1, and Data is sitting there saying, I want to be human. I'm paraphrasing, but generally speaking, he was saying, I want to be human, and so I want to live a life and die. I want to die,
Mm-hmm.
right? And tell me how much sense that makes, because Data, how old is Data at this point?
I wouldn't know. I mean,
Probably what, 50? Like when was Data born?
well, he
On
served in Starfleet for 25 years. And that was in
Mhm.
TNG, plus another 5 to get to the movie. So let's say he's 30 years old, right?
Yeah,
30, 35.
30, and then Star Trek Picard, he's an extra what, 10 or 20 years old, maybe?
Well, I'm giving him his extra time. So 35, all right, 40 even? I mean, okay, let's...
yeah. So tell me, does that make sense to have a person, an android, that says, I'm 40 years old, and I just want to die because I want to live like a human, and I just want to die? Does that make sense? He's only 40.
Yeah, it was, again, it was not written that well. I don't like what they did with that. They're trying to imply that he's in some kind of limbo or purgatory.
Yeah.
And that he just wants to be shut down so he can rest, like for some reason.
Not only that, he could easily be brought back with one of Soong's androids, but he chooses to die instead because he wants to be like, buddy, no offense, but if you want to live like it is, live like a human being, guess what? You're going to live way past 40 years old, hence Picard living what? 90?
You're trying to make sense of something that doesn't make sense. It's all cobbled together. It's not linear, as Cisco would say to his wormhole alien friends. It's not logical, as Spock would say. It's just cobbled together stuff that it doesn't make any sense. At least season 3 kind of tightened it up a bit.
Yeah.
But even then, looking back, like Tokyo was saying, I am looking back at Picard season 3, and I'm not as impressed as... Even then, I was not crazy impressed, but I still have problems with it.
I have problems with season 3.
Yeah, it's like I'm trying to accept these guys as my friends, my TNG friends, but they're not there yet for me.
I just, to me, it broke me, not broke me, but it broke the storyline when they showed Data saying, I just want to die because I want to be a quote unquote human, and Picard is like, well, I'm like 90 years old at this point. I want to live out the rest of my natural life. So Data doesn't? What?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's a lot of problems. You're bringing up one of like a dozen problems with season 1 and season 2 of Picard. There's a lot of issues. A lot.
I rant over. That's
now,
it. That's all I got.
Speaking of that, though, since we go back to the time travel, they went back to 2024, right, in Star Trek Picard season 2. What about the wars then? What about Colonel Green? What about the eugenics wars? Okay, not the eugenics wars. That was the 90s. What about World War III?
Just wipe that from existence, because you know what? If they can't take Star Trek no, I'm sorry, but if they can't take Star Trek Deep Space Nine, future past tense or future tense, they can't take that past tense, if they can't take that for canon, then you know what? Then stop writing for Star Trek.
Sounds good to me.
And World War III, I think, was 2026.
Okay, so it didn't quite happen yet. Okay,
yeah.
All right, if that's what they're saying, then I can go with that. So this is post eugenics war, post Khan in the spaceship. Although we don't know, because which universe is Picard living in? Is it living in the Strange New Worlds universe, or is it living in its own universe?
Then at the end of the season, he takes out the folder that says Project Khan. I think it was dated back in the 90s. So
okay,
What does that have to do with Strange New Worlds now? Who knows?
Okay, so yeah, this is too much. It's too much.
I'm sorry.
Stop going back inside. But I was thinking about Voyager. You know, I never really thought about too much that Starling episode. You know, Future's End. They really didn't think about the eugenics war. I think they just forgot about it. Those writers. What do you think, John? I'm curious. I mean, we never really talked about how Future's End impacts the timeline in depth. What do you think about that?
I think in Future's End, it would have been nice if they at least dropped in a line about the eugenics wars.
Okay.
But they didn't completely forget about it because, as we've mentioned, there was the Botany Bay model on her desk. It's it's one of those things where if you're not paying attention, you won't see it. I don't know if maybe they were confused about people watching the show that weren't familiar with TOS, and that's why they didn't mention it. But it would have been nice, in my opinion.
I mean, it seems like an afterthought, though, because it seems like they wrote that episode to just get the Voyager crew in the modern day, like almost like their version of Star Trek 4, The Voyage Home. Like they're transported back to the 90s. They're wearing 90s clothes. They're running around LA. Like it was cool, as Rain Robinson would say, but they didn't really think about the implications to the Star Trek timeline. I think they just forgot about it.
I think you guys talked about this, and I think the reason I think the reason why they did all this stuff was because they have some incessant need to make sure that the current, like they're pushing the current timeline, as in the timeline we're living in right now, 2025, right? They have this incessant need to make sure, and I was watching this on another live stream. I can't remember what the guy's name was. Crap, I can't remember. I'd have to look back at my YouTube history. But they have this incessant need to make sure that the current Star Trek timeline matches. They have to change it as we're going along. Like
Right,
they
'cause
can't. They
I know what
can't.
you're saying.
It's like
Yeah.
it's almost like they can't handle future history.
Yeah.
And why? Why? Like to me, why? Like that makes no sense.
I think it's partially they want to make the show relatable to a modern audience that may have not know the whole history of the show.
Right.
I think that's what they're doing.
Yeah. Kind of makes sense.
Because
And
they
that's
wouldn't
just
understand, there was this, eugenics wars in the 90s. What? That didn't happen on Earth. What?
Yeah. Yeah.
So they
And,
change it.
Like, are they okay? Are they underestimating the intelligence of their audience, or
Yes.
Probably. So on
To me,
DS9
that's
though,
what it seems like.
on
Sorry.
past tense, did they mention the eugenics wars? I forget.
I don't
Was
think
that
so.
ever? It wasn't mentioned.
Well, for them, that would have been 30 years in the past, so it wouldn't necessarily
Yeah.
come up.
True. Why would it come up in conversation? They kind of were talking about history, though. I mean, Cisco and Bashir were kind of going back and forth about it, but yeah, I think those time travel episodes they know it's dangerous, because if they really want to start nitpicking Star Trek history, this is where it can unravel. Is right there. Especially the 20th century, 21st century, if they want to come into our modern age, it can screw things up a bit.
I grew up watching or reading and watching, but reading, science fiction novels, and there's absolutely no reason why, if you have respect and understand that your audience is not a bunch of numbskulls, that you can just say, okay, this is what happened past 1990, whatever, and this is the history we're dealing with, and
Yeah.
this is our universe. And it annoys. They have to make it topical. To me, it bothers me. That's one of the biggest things that bothers me about quote unquote new Trek, is that they have to do that, and there's no need to at all.
There's no need to. You're 100% right. Yeah. Huh.
They just go with it. Okay, there was a nuclear war, and I one of my favorite books of all time is, I read a book called Star Trek Federation. I don't know if you guys ever read that book.
I think I read it a long time ago.
Yeah, and it dealt with Star Trek Federation was a book that dealt with it jumped back and forth from different timelines. And they were dealing with, and this book came out in the 90s, I believe, because that's when I read it, and it was dealing with Star Trek in the 90s. And I understand that because, in the original series, they were dealing with the 90s also, but they didn't go back, further. And it's a really good book. And you read the book and you realize, okay, this is the history, and I know it's not canon technically, but it's just like, they dealt with the history, they dealt, and they didn't try to change it though. You know what I mean? Like, because in Star Trek in 1969, 1970, they dealt with what happened in the 90s, and in this book in Star Trek Federation, they were also dealing with what happened in the 90s, but they didn't really try to change it. They just kind of expanded upon whatever it was, and I really like that book. And then you know, if you ever get the chance, find the book and read it. It's one of the greatest books I've ever read. It's so great because they go from uh, um the timeline of the original series, and they go from the timeline of the 1990s World War III, eugenics wars, and they go from the timeline of the Next Generation, and they kind of combine them all together. It's a really good book.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah, I would
interesting.
recommend reading it. It's a really it's an easy read because I remember reading it when I was like probably 12 years old. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So yeah, good book.
Good book.
Nice house. Good.
Eat any
tea.
good books lately?
Eat any good books lately?
Oh, very clever, Worf. Eat any good books lately?
Sorry to get all serious.
No, it's good.
No, you're good.
But I'm going to turn in pretty soon. I'm starting to fade out. Guys, had a great game. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired myself. Probably a good time to start
Yeah.
wrapping it up.
Okay.
Yeah, good
I'm
too.
fading myself.
Yeah. Squirrel Girl's looking a little somber here, a little tired, I think. So yeah, we're gonna peace out here, I think.
Well, thanks everyone for joining us tonight, both for the games and for the chat afterwards. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, John. Thanks, Jeff.
Great
Yeah, I really appreciate it, you guys.
Of course, and as we mentioned earlier, next week we'll be having our game on Sunday afternoon instead of Saturday night, 3 p.m. Eastern. So hope you're able to join us then. And Return of Babylon 5 this week, correct, Professor?
Yeah.
That is correct. Tuesday night, Life with Matthew channel, 10 p.m. Eastern, 9 p.m. Central Matthew time. We've got episode 5 of season 3 coming up. It's a good one.
The White Star.
And Monday night, Omni Knight Rider 2000. Is that correct?
Yeah. Discord. If you want to join us, just hit us up on the server.
Yeah.
We'll be doing Knight Rider 2000 because we finished watching Knight Rider series seasons 1 through 4 together.
Yeah.
It was fun. And
Omni, sorry I missed that.
A lot of fun.
Yeah, no, it's okay. We will do it again sometime. But this is the 2-hour movie that preceded it, and
I will have to join that.
Okay, it's 7 o'clock on Monday night. I'll send you an invite.
Thank you, sir.
7 Eastern, right?
Sorry, 7 Eastern Monday on Discord.
Oh, so 6 o'clock. I'm in the middle center.
6 o'clock for you, sir. Yes.
It'd be 6 o'clock my time.
I'm starting a bit early because Patrick's on the other end of things. He's 5 hours ahead, and he wants to be there, and everyone's so kind of doing it right in the middle.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay,
And
see you.
thanks, everyone. Look forward to seeing you back next Sunday afternoon.
All right. Peace out, brothers.
Take care, everyone.
Justice for Jabin.